Moin moin, hallo, hi ho, Wazza, willkommen hier zu einem neuen Stream. Es ist Genshin, tatsächlich mal wieder. Wir haben hier eine Aufholjagd zu starten und wenn meine Berechnungen stimmen, haben wir weniger als einen Monat Zeit, diese abzuleisten. Dementsprechend wollen wir also endlich anfangen, unsere Storys so nach und nach ein bisschen auf Vordermann zu bringen, dass wir die Main-Szenario-Stories quasi für die ganzen Patches aufgearbeitet haben, bis Fontaine rauskommt. Das meint hauptsächlich die jeweilige Main-Story-Quest von 3.3 bis inklusive 3.7? 3.8 dürfte ja nur für das Event sein. Da sollte ja nichts anderes gedroppt sein, glaube ich. War das so? Ich weiß nicht, ob das so war. Werden wir herausfinden. Ist auch für heute nicht so relevant, weil wir stecken immer noch in der 3.3. Wir sind im Dezember. Also auch rein zufällig genau der Monat, in dem ich begonnen habe, in dem Final Fantasy 14 Loch zu versinken, in dem ich nach wie vor drin stecke. Keine Sorge, das wird immer mal weitergehen, aber jetzt haben wir erstmal eine Mission zu erfüllen. Jip. Im Zuge dessen habe ich, glaube ich, ein bisschen gelernt aus den Audioeinstellungen vom letzten Genshin-Stream, wo mir im Game doch ein bisschen zu laut erschien und habe das diesmal von Anfang an ein bisschen runtergeregelt. So, und dann schauen wir mal, ob der Synchronität so und können gleich, glaube ich, schon nicht mal mit der Story-Quest anfangen, die ich für heute vorgesehen habe, nämlich die 3.3 Main-Quest, weil sie bereits von Anfang an blockiert wird. Was auch so ein Ding ist, woran wir uns erstmal wieder gewöhnen müssen, denn es wird alle Nase lang passieren, da ich diverse Charakterquests angenommen habe. Da gehe ich gleich nochmal drauf ein. Wir gucken uns das gleich mal an. So, jetzt erstmal. Quatsch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Die sind absichtlich stumm. Wir gucken uns das gleich mal an. So, jetzt erstmal. Quatsch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Die sind absichtlich stumm. Wir gucken. Haben ihren Zweck sogar erfüllt. So. Also gut. Also gut. Die Story-Quest, hinter der wir her sind, ist diese da. Karibert. Es müsste diese hier sein. Karibert. Ergibt das Sinn? Wait. Ich glaube, ich habe hier sowieso etwas. Ich muss sagen, ich habe mich eingangs nicht irgendwie vorinformiert, was wann Sache war. Kann es sein? Nee. Nee, kann es nicht. 3.3, 3.2? Sind wir in der 3.2? Ich habe hier diverse Charakterquests nicht angenommen, weil uns andere halt immer wieder blockieren. In der Main-Szenario-Quest von Sumero war es zum Beispiel hier die Tighnari-Quest. Und die habe ich auch einfach mal nicht angenommen für denselben Fall. Also gar nichts, außer die, die ich geschafft hatte. Karibert ist, glaube ich, 3.4. Das ist nämlich das Ding, was mich gerade ein bisschen irritiert. Ich glaube, es ist die umgekehrte Schöpfung, der wir uns hier widmen wollen. Müsste es sein. Und dementsprechend die blockierte. Die andere hier ist nämlich... Ja, das wird wohl die nächste Dainsleif-Quest sein. Aber soweit bin ich noch nicht. Acer Palmatum. Mhm. Das ist das Ding hier. Na sowas. Inazuma. Schauen wir uns einfach mal an, was das ist. Offensichtlich müssen wir es machen, also let's go. So. Was heute im Hintergrund stehen wird, ist... So, danke. Was heute im Hintergrund stehen wird, ist auf jeden Fall die Erkundung. Da, wenn irgendwas auf dem Weg ist, nehme ich es vielleicht mal kurz mit, aber generell steht das erstmal nicht auf dem Programm und ist auch ganz hinten angestellt. Nicht nur, dass ich immer noch einen Teil von Enkanomiya zu erkunden habe, den wir nie on-stream fertig erkundet hatten, haben wir dann auch noch die 2 neuen Sumeru-Regionen, von denen ich immer noch die World Quest machen musste. Ich habe angefangen, aber zugegebenerweise war Final Fantasy Endgame Gear Hunting doch ein bisschen interessanter für mich, weswegen wir da quasi nicht sehr weit sind. Ich muss mal hier eine Sache umstellen, aber ich lasse einfach mal weiterlaufen.
So many things have happened since then.
Mhm. Die Zeit vergeht wie im Flug. Ja, was das angeht, ist es hier schon circa 2 Jahre her. Ich weiß nicht, woher das Acer-Palmatum-Dings, wo wir jetzt sind, herkommt. Oder welche Version das überhaupt war, aber auf jeden Fall über 1,5 Jahre. So viel steht wohl fest. Es gibt viele Dinge, die mir frisch in Erinnerung sind. Na, die Zeit vergeht sehr schnell.
Yeah, we've definitely made some progress on our journey. So, where should we go today?
Warte mal.
Huh? What's up?
Kazuha. Ja. Ein bisschen habe ich davon mitbekommen, als das rauskam. Insofern ist es also kurz vor Sumeru und somit erst knapp ein Jahr her. Das war, glaube ich, innerhalb der 2.8. Vorsicht! Oder.
Hey, what the heck was that for?
Ja, 2.8. Lass mich erstmal leiser machen.
Wanna talk, huh? All right, let's convince him to calm down a little.
Das würde ich dir sagen, Paimon. Gut. Der kriegt ja keinen Schaden mehr. Das ist gerickt.
Huh? So you don't have a vision after all.
Was?
Seems like
Ja.
I've mistaken you for someone else.
Stimmt ja. Stimmt ja.
At the very least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you go attacking them. No, wait. Even when you've got the right person, you shouldn't go attacking them out of the blue. It's dangerous.
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazuha? He carries a sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses an animo vision.
Ja, den kennen wir.
That's none of your business.
Naja.
Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around here, waving that weird sword in our faces, and he didn't even apologize.
Richtig.
Seems like a real nutcase. Well, one thing's for sure. No way are we telling him anything about Kazuha.
Was ist eigentlich ein Nussfall? Ausnahmsweise bist du mal schlau, ja.
Hey, don't be mean. I'm smart lots of the time.
Du weißt ganz genau, dass das nicht stimmt.
Anyway, just to be on the safe side, we should go find Kazuha right away and tell him to watch his back. Oh? What kind of hunch?
Bin ich auch interessiert. Er hat eine besondere Verbindung zu Kazuha. Ja, es ist das Schwert.
A special connection? You mean beyond already knowing each other?
Seine Bewegungen ähneln Kazuha? Ich habe da nichts bemerkt.
Yeah, maybe a little. But then again, most people look pretty much the same once they start fighting, so that doesn't really prove anything. Anyway, there's no time to lose. Let's go tell Kazuha so we won't get into any danger. Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's look for him there.
Der arme Samurai hat ja überhaupt keine Erinnerung, keine Ahnung, dass Kazuha meistens nicht in den Inazuma ist. Scheinbar zumindest. So. Ich habe noch nicht geguckt, was ich gucken wollte. Irgendwie haben mich die ganzen Dialog-Optionen doch ein bisschen zu sehr auf Trab gehalten. Also machen wir erst einfach mal weiter. Das ist halt das Ding, wenn man meistens mit Paimon alleine ist, ist man selbst der Gesprächstreiber, aber nun ja, das bedeutet halt, du bist aktiv involviert.
Hello? Do you know where Kazuha is?
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all. Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine supply run, only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into a huge crowd of Inazumans, all of them wanting to know about Kazuha. If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but I don't see her getting this kind of attention. Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain, but she just laughs it off.
Oh, so you still don't know what he did?
I've heard bits and pieces. Something about him blocking the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. Is it really as big a deal as everyone's making it out to be?
Dann ja, es gab dann noch diesen einen Freund, der da gestorben ist.
Really? Wow. When you put it like that, it all makes sense. In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved. He was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryo Commission. They said they had something important to discuss with him. I thought they'd come to arrest him at first. Turns out they couldn't have been friendlier to him. Seems like they really respect the guy.
Just a little while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable.
Alle haben sich lieb.
Thank you. Guess we'll go pay a visit to the Tenryo Commission.
All right then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
Geil. Okay. Was? Für 2 Quests fand das jetzt? Moment. Hey. Langsamer. Ich habe immer noch nicht geguckt, was ich gucken wollte, weil mich die Story-Quest ein bisschen zu sehr auf Trab hält. Geil. Übrigens, ich find's aber auch nicht. Klapp. Ich find's aber auch gerade nicht. Moment. Neue Triebe aus alten Zweigen. Okay, beide NPCs werden gerade von derselben Quest blockiert. Nice. Darf ich mal sagen, dass das mein am wenigsten gemochtestes Feature in Genshin ist? Ich glaube, das sage ich jedes Mal, wenn es aufkommt, inklusive vor einem Jahr, als wir Sumiro gemacht haben. Weil es einfach stimmt. Blockierte NPCs in Quests stört den Flow ungemein, auch wenn die Immersion da ist. Nie. Neue Triebe aus alten Zweigen. Ich weiß nicht mal, was für eine Quest das jetzt wäre, wenn das eine Sidequest ist. Tja, ich seh's aber nicht. Doch, da. Okay. Okay. Kann man eigentlich Quests einfach abbrechen, die man angenommen hat? Geht das vielleicht? Das wäre so schön. Mann. Meine Güte. Das nervt ja jetzt schon. Gerade mal 15 Minuten drin und schon wird eine Quest, die unsere Quest blockiert, von einer anderen Quest blockiert. So ein Scheiß. Ja, hier sehen wir es nochmal. Das ist die Quest, die wir machen, aber die wird von einer anderen Quest blockiert. Und wahrscheinlich diese. Okay, gucken wir es uns einfach mal an. Wir werden diese Quest erstmal abandonen, sobald wir in unserer Hauptstory-Quest weitermachen können. Aber ich habe das Gefühl, dass wir das Acer Palmatum blablabla sowieso komplett machen müssen. Aber das Ding ist, irgendwann habe ich sowieso vorgehabt. Ich hasse es bloß, dass ich zu einem Zeitpunkt gezwungen werde, an dem ich einfach nicht bereit dafür bin. So, das ist die Ayato-Quest. Die musste ich schon annehmen für eine Event-Quest, die vor einem Jahr gestartet ist. Und deswegen habe ich einen Teil davon aufgenommen. Und ich glaube, ich habe es auch nie abgespielt. wo es nur eine Intro-Cinematic gibt, dass wir Kamisato Ayato kennengelernt haben und ab dann war wieder alles okay, weil dann konnte ich ihn für dieselbe Quest verwenden und das ist so schrecklich.
All right then. Please excuse me. I'll leave you to it from here.
Okay. Thanks, Ibe.
So, okay, da ist Ayato. Dann lass doch mal kurz gucken. Jetzt wird eine Story-Quest von einer Story-Quest blockiert, die von einer Story-Quest blockiert wird, für die ich alte Aufnahmen zeigen müsste, um den Kontext für selbige Quests... Da ich bereits vorher zum Machen von derselben Quest gezwungen wurde, was dazu geführt hat, dass ich sie aufnehmen musste, zwangsläufig. Ja. Und das Ganze war vor über einem Jahr. Dann lass mal sehen. Da ist Ayato neu raus. Was kriege ich denn hier für ganze Trophäen? Oh, ich glaube, ja. Ja, ich weiß ganz genau, was für Trophäen. Ich glaube, da habe ich die PS5 das erstmal eingesetzt und deswegen haben die ganzen Achievements sich übertragen, sozusagen. Demnach war das also danach irgendwie so. Unser Elix 2 Playthrough. Ja. Stream. Tatsächlich on Stream. Eine Menge Assassin's Creed, Valhalla. Ja. Gott, verdammt. Sammelt sich aber auch eine Menge Scheiß an in der Zwischenzeit. So. Da wird es ein bisschen länger, aber immer noch nicht das, was wir suchen. Unsere Videos hier sind schon ein bisschen länger. Horizon Forbidden West oder Zero Dawn, eins von beiden. Ja, lass mal nach Alben gehen. So, Genshin. Das hätte ich von Anfang an machen sollen. Entschuldigung. Gut. Das sieht doch schon beinahe richtig aus. Jetzt muss ich nur noch herausfinden, wo wir blockiert wurden. Da war Sumiro schon draußen. Na, sowas. Ah, die ganze Jelan-Story. Oh. Ja, die habe ich auf Stream gemacht und wollte sie irgendwann hier zeigen, aber... Das war doch danach. Ja, das war danach. Kein Wunder, dass Sumiro da schon draußen ist. Also habe ich es überscrollt oder ich habe es gar nicht mehr vorrätig. Oder ich habe es auf der PS4. Ja. Es existiert, glaube ich, nur auf der PS4. So rum ist es nämlich. Das war direkt vor dem Wechsel. Ich bin noch der Meinung, das war März und ich habe die PS4 bis einschließlich April benutzt und dann zur PS5 gewechselt. Ja, dann kann ich es jetzt nicht mal zeigen.
I apologize that your impromptu visit comes at a busy time for us, Commissioner. Otherwise, you can be sure that we would have prepared a more extravagant reception.
I don't mean to impose, Sir Kujo. In fact, I'm not here on official business at all. I heard the good news about yourself and Lady Hiragi. What a glorious marital alliance this shall be. Given the close ties between our clans, it seemed only right that I should come and offer the Kamisato clan's congratulations in person.
I'm truly honored. I hope the news didn't come as too much of a surprise.
Hey there! We came to congratulate you as well!
Wir sind da, hi.
Since the incident with the Takatsukasa clan, things in the Tenryou Commission have slowly started to stabilize. I'm still acclimating to the position of acting head of the clan. I just hope I'm up to the task, so I can live up to everyone's expectations.
You're far too modest. The public thinks very highly of you. They say you're hardworking, upright, and responsible.
I'm flattered, but I wouldn't have achieved anything without the support of my people. Thanks to them, everything is gradually stabilizing, and I've finally had the chance to focus a little on my personal life.
Well, you're certainly making big progress in that department.
Mit einer Hochzeit? Mit einer Hochzeit auf jeden Fall, hä?
Come on now, you're embarrassing me. Pardon me,
It's perfectly all right. Please, continue. I'm quite content to listen. It's a joyous occasion. Light-hearted is exactly how things should be. Really, who stays stony-faced when talking about a wedding?
You're right. But I am curious to know, what's your honest opinion on the whole thing? Do you think it's too sudden?
Of course not. Where there is true love, nothing should be allowed to stand in its way. No doubt people will offer you a colorful variety of opinions. But of course, you will have factored this into your decision, and I'm sure you are prepared for whatever challenges may lie ahead.
Indeed I am.
So please be confident. When your mind is made up, you ought not be worried about things for which you are already well prepared. Nevertheless, there is just one small aspect of this that puzzles me a little.
Please, go ahead.
You've been working hard to bring the Tenryou Commission in line. This is positive, and no doubt the beginning of important change. But on the other side of this equation, Lady Hiragi's father, Hiragi Shinsuke, is still in prison. If you choose now, of all moments, to announce a marriage between the Hiragi and Kujo clans, the kinds of rumors that may begin to spread...
Shinsuke is firmly against me having any contact at all with Chisato. In the past, we've always had to communicate in secret by sending letters. So although now may not look like the best timing for this marriage, it may well be the only opportunity we have.
Oh, that guy? Yeah, he acts like this sweet old man, but he was determined to make as much trouble for us as possible. Oh, he is the worst.
I can see where you're coming from. But you're only postponing the problem, not solving it. You will still have to face it sooner or later.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. But since Chisato had the courage to ask me to marry her in spite of everything, how can I disappoint her?
Wurde sie zu irgendwas getrieben?
Well, sort of. She raised the idea in a letter, and after some initial hesitation, I went to meet her and have a serious conversation about our future. It's funny, actually, because when I formally proposed to her in person, she denied having ever written that letter. So coy.
Huh? Really?
Suspicious.
She didn't say. She just acted confused by the whole thing. She really committed to it. I'll never forget the look on her face.
Oh.
Anyway, as her boyfriend, I knew she was just pretending, so I played along and said, I was only joking about the letter, and then I proposed. After making some disgruntled noises about me making a stupid joke, she blushed and said yes. We spent that afternoon working through all the details of the wedding.
Okay. So you discussed it and decided on a date?
We did. I guess it was a chance to finally express our commitment to one another, clearly and completely. And you know what? I think it was about time. No matter what happens next, I will always be there for her as the one person she can always rely on.
Was soll das denn jetzt?
Give me a break. Sorry, but Paimon's been wanting to say this the whole time. Is it just this dude, or does everyone in love act like this? He just won't stop talking.
Tja. Ich sag dazu mal lieber nichts.
Apologies, my friends. And also to Sir Kamisato. I must sound like a fool.
Far from it. On the contrary, seeing you so positively smitten puts my mind at rest. No surer evidence could there be of your true feelings and your commitment. If I had any reservations before, I certainly don't now. I wish you a joyous wedding when the day comes.
Yeah, even if it's kinda irritating to see you all smug like this, it's still a happy occasion. Good luck on the day, and have a happy wedding!
Thank you all. It means a lot.
We have some other business to attend to now. Until next time.
Warum komme ich überhaupt mit ihr
Very
mit,
well.
Ayato?
I'll see you out.
Ich weiß es nicht mehr. Okay.
He seems busy. That must be true for anyone about to get married, right? It's a happy kind of busy, though.
You're right. Kujo Kamaji is on cloud 9. What do you think, traveler?
Das stinkt.
He chalked it up to her being coy, but that doesn't sound like the Hiragi Chisato I know. It bothers me also. But, unfortunately, attempting to seek the truth of the matter would likely be fruitless.
Yeah, how come? Whenever we come across stuff like this on our adventures, we always find a way to get to the bottom of it.
I see. So that's how adventurers think. In my opinion, we face two obstacles in this case. Firstly, we have very little information to go on, and I must be cautious about taking a stance. This makes it difficult to investigate. Secondly, and more importantly, the person involved doesn't seem to care. If we intervene without his blessing, good intentions may lead to catastrophic results.
You do have a point. Kamaji doesn't seem worried at all.
Everything in the world is intertwined. What looks like a simple outcome is often the result of multiple conflating reasons. Seeking the full truth would be a long and laborious process. It would be inefficient. Sort of. I have to take this approach, or the work of the Yashiro Commissioner would never be done. My opinion is something like this. When something strange happens,
In the
instead of
neighborhood?
trying to find out what could have caused it, it is better to look at the situation itself. If the outcome is positive, and no one was deceived or harmed in the process, then it is acceptable.
Aber hier?
We don't know yet. After all, we don't know what Hiragi Chisato's thoughts are, do we? I have to say, I'm impressed by your ability to zero in on the issue from such a short meeting. Most insightful of you. You are thorough and thoughtful, just as my sister describes.
Es mag vielleicht auch daran liegen, dass unsere Dialogoptionen von jemandem geschrieben wurde, der will, dass sich das alles zu einem großen Ganzen zusammenfügt und dementsprechend schnell auf den Punkt kommen, ja.
Huh? But Chisato and Kamaji have already talked everything through, haven't they?
Only if we are to take Kujo Kamaji at his word. But there are two sides to every story. I wish to know Hiragi Chisato's angle on this.
Huh. Makes sense, but Paimon still doesn't quite get it.
Don't worry about it. I was planning to visit the Hiragi clan to deliver my best wishes anyway. Let's take the opportunity to hear her thoughts. If she's as committed as Kujo Kamaji, perhaps they can navigate the challenges ahead successfully. But if not... well, life isn't always a smooth journey.
Sag das mal jemandem, dessen Quest von 2 Quests und deren Quests blockiert wurden. Was übrigens die Sache ist, ich glaube, wir werden diesen kompletten Akt erledigen müssen, um hier weiterzukommen. Oder da. Da hinten war was. Wenn wir die Quest machen, denke ich mir, ich könnte ja mal gerade ein Team zusammenstellen, in dem der Questgeber einfach vorkommt. Warum nicht? So, ich weiß nicht, was man da machen
Very
würde.
well. I shall put my official duties to one side for the moment.
Könnte es sein, dass ich dann... Moment.
Don't tell me they did it again.
Ich meine...
Yes? I'll treat your wounds.
Wir machen es einfach mal so. Oh Gott. Ich habe gar nicht gesehen, dass es so weit weg war. Na dann. Charaktere gut geheilt, gut geheilt. Sehr gut. Ansonsten...
A bitter pill to swallow.
Ansonsten sind sie jetzt geheilt.
There is still much to prepare for the wedding. Should we also invite some prominent business leaders who frequently visit Rito?
At the very least, we should send them invitations.
I agree. Ah, hello there, Yashiro Commissioner. To what do we owe the honor on this fine day?
As it happens, I'm here regarding the same wedding I believe I heard you discussing just now. I come bearing the felicitations of the Kamisato clan. Would Lady Hiragi happen to be available at this moment?
Our lady is entertaining guests right now, and we're not entirely sure how long she will be.
But please, do come in. We will arrange some tea and snacks for you and your attendants.
Hey, Paimon is not an attendant!
You misunderstand. These two are dear friends.
You're too kind.
Theoretisch kennen wir uns über ein Jahr, aber storymäßig kennen sie sich erst ein paar Minuten, von daher... What?
We don't wish to impose. We'll just wander around in the general area. Apologies for the interruption while you're busy with preparations. Please, let us know once Lady Hiragi is available.
Nonsense, Commissioner. No imposition at all. This wedding is a joyful occasion, and all the other clans who serve the Hiragi clan are most delighted for them indeed. We're merely doing the best we can to make this wedding as grand an affair as possible.
When the time comes, we'll invite everyone in the clan and even the general public to attend.
That sounds splendid. We'll leave you to it.
Take care, Commissioner.
Seems like you guys talked a lot without actually saying anything.
Hence why I dislike small talk. Our timing was not ideal, but never mind. I spotted a stall on our way over where we can pass...
Oh, it's Tomoki!
Sorry. Ich muss sagen, ich teile seine Ansicht, was Smalltalk angeht. Es ist echt so... substanzlos. Aber man zeigt auch Interesse für das jeweilige Gegenüber. Von daher, einen gewissen Sinn hat es ja schon. Aber wenn es alles formell ist, hat keine Seite überhaupt Interesse daran.
Ah, it's you. Good to see you again. Seems like you're always showing up with a VIP in tow.
Oh? So you know the owner as well?
Yep, we tried his dango milk a while back with the almighty Shogun in Inazuma City.
Ah, I see. So you were involved in that. I'd caught wind of this dango milk, but I didn't know that it had anything to do with you two. I always order one of his creative drinks whenever I pass the stall. The flavor is always new and interesting. When I noticed he'd set up shop in Rito, I simply had to come by.
Oh, thanks to you all, my business is finally beginning to take off. More and more people are willing to give my creative cuisine a shot. It gave me the confidence to decide that I'm going to stick to creative cuisine from now on. On the one hand, I wanted more people to be able to try out my culinary creations. On the other hand, I wanted my customers to experience the joy of being creative too. So I gave it a lot of thought and finally came up with an all-new business concept.
Sounds interesting. What is it this time?
I've decided to give complete creative control to the customer. I offer all sorts of ingredients, and they pick and choose whatever they want to mix with their milk or tea. As well as dango, I now offer rice cake, purple potato balls, black sugar, and sunsettia.
Do they really all go well with milk? Hard to imagine, but who knows? It could be delicious.
What if I were to choose some ingredients you don't have here? Would that be okay?
Well, I guess so. Any novel ideas you have, Commissioner, please feel free to tell me. I'll go buy the ingredients right away. The whole idea was to let my customers express their creativity freely. So of course, I shouldn't place restrictions on the ingredients if I can help it.
Excellent. There are a few things I'd like to try. Lavender melon, seagrass, and sea ganoderma.
What? You wanna mix those with milk?
I do indeed. Why? What's wrong?
You really think that's gonna turn out tasting good?
It's all about the experience. The taste is secondary. It's great to try new things. Traveler, any thoughts?
Klöße, einfach Klöße.
Dango. Dango will do nicely.
An ordinary choice, but there's nothing wrong with that. 2 Dongo milks and 1 milk with lavender melon, please.
No problem. Give me a second, I'll have them ready in just a moment. Here, your milk is ready. Give it a try.
Dango milk tastes pretty good once you get used to it. What about yours?
A most memorable texture indeed. A success, I'd say.
Your review seemed pretty positive, but Paimon still thinks there are better combinations.
Taste is your key concern, yes?
Obviously! Tasty food and drinks are some of life's most important pursuits.
Well said. If I could say the same was true for me, I believe I'd be a very content man.
Simple life.
Yes. No one has unlimited energy, and I try to conserve mine for the things that really count. To create some mental breathing room, I try not to overthink the less critical matters. Having my sister attend public events in my stead and having Toma as housekeeper has also been a great help and allowed me to focus.
We're just passing the time here, though, right? Is there anything else to think about than what we're doing right now?
1 or 2 things. Let's continue this discussion somewhere else. I noticed something before we left the Hiragi clan's residence.
Na dann. Worüber die Leute diskutiert haben?
No, it was just a small detail. I was curious to know their thoughts on the wedding, so I asked them about it. Naturally, they responded that all other clans are happy for the Hiragi clan. But that's not the truth.
What do you mean?
Hiragi Shinsuke is still in prison, meaning the Kanjo Commission is the least stable in the Tri-Commission. Hiragi Chisato is the sole remaining pillar of her clan, but now she plans to marry into the Kujo clan. If I belonged to one of the assisting clans to the Hiragis, I would not be feeling optimistic about the future. But they didn't mention a word about that. They simply said they were delighted for them. These are not unintelligent people. I highly doubt it is because they simply do not realize. I imagine they didn't want to discuss family issues in front of outsiders. But still, the more I think back over that conversation, the more it doesn't sit right. Keep a close eye on them, Hisashi.
Yes, sir.
Whoa! Where did you come from?
This is one of my most trusted members of the Shimatsuban. He's been quietly watching out for us this whole time.
Merely doing my duty, sir.
Keep a close watch on the clan representatives we met today.
Well received. I'm on the case.
Oh, and I almost forgot. That milk I just had? Please order 1 more and deliver it to Toma.
As you wish, sir.
Oh no, poor Toma.
Good luck. He will be missed.
Sir Kamisato, Lady Hiragi's previous engagement is now concluded. She's waiting for you in the courtyard.
Thank you kindly. Let's go and see Hiragi Chisato.
Da bin ich mal gespannt.
Hi, nice to see you again, Chisato.
I heard that Sir Kamisato had brought some guests, but I didn't know it was you two.
It's been a while, Lady Hiragi. How have you been feeling?
This is a rare privilege, Sir Kamisato. It is not often that I have the chance to meet you, let alone here in the comfort of my own home. I'm doing very well indeed, thank you. You must be so busy. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and congratulate Kamaji and I. It really means a lot.
But of course. The Tri-Commission are the servants of the Shogun, and we should look out for one another. In fact, we visited Sir Kujo just now. It's clear that he's very much looking forward to the wedding. Perhaps his joy is infectious, for I am now feeling rather elated myself. I sincerely wish you a joyful wedding and a blissful marriage.
Thank you for your kind words. This was not an easy decision to make. We will both have to work harder from now on. I'm sure the news will cause something of a stir. But come what may, we will stand as one and face whatever the future throws at us, together.
Sounds like things are pretty tough for you, Chisato.
Yes. To be honest, I'm still a little nervous about it all. But Kamaji has been so supportive. His promises have comforted me a lot.
It sounds like you have some considerable reservations, Lady Hiragi.
Yes. Well, there are so many things I need to consider. In case you were wondering, I was not actually entertaining VIPs just now. I was in fact meeting with one of the Kanjo Commission's officers, Shinojo.
Oh, really? Him?
Mm-hmm. He charged in all of a sudden and said that he had something very important to tell me. He didn't mince his words. Basically, he doesn't want me to marry Kamaji. He has always been a calm and contained person who never acts out of line.
Sorry?
I was quite shocked to see him so agitated. But despite all that, what he was saying made a lot of sense. He thinks that now is a bad time for this wedding to happen. He pointed out that I am like the final pillar propping up my clan. If I marry into the Kujo clan, that pillar is taken away. There will no longer be a voice of authority in the Hiragi clan. And it could be a disastrous move for my personal image, too.
It's just two families becoming one big family, though, right? What's the big deal?
Traditionally, in Inazuma, clan affiliation influences every facet of life. After the wedding, Lady Hiragi will belong to the Kujo clan. The Kanjo Commission's attitude toward you may undergo some significant changes thereafter.
Precisely. This is a terrible thing to be saying, but I'm starting to have second thoughts. Maybe I went along with it all too easily. Maybe I allowed myself to be pushed into this. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I'm making my guests listen to me complaining.
No problem at all. The Yashiro Commission has a duty to listen to you. Now that I've heard your concerns, I should offer to help you as best I can. For instance, by helping you gather your thoughts on the matter. Now, we heard from Sir Kujo that his decision to tie the knot was prompted by a letter he received from you. But we've also heard that you did not write that letter. Sir Kujo thought that perhaps you were just being coy. Oh, dear. Perhaps I should have kept that part to myself.
What? But that was... It was just a prop in his playful proposal, wasn't it? It was clearly purpose-designed, what with all the fancy lettering and so on.
Fancy lettering, you say? So I am to understand that had it not been for this letter, you two may not have chosen this moment to be wed?
When it comes down to it... yes, I think so. Oh, do you mean to say that this letter is not what I thought it to be?
Sir Kujo maintains that the letter was penned by your hand.
But then... how did...
Either way, it's wonderful to see how much you both trust one another. In that sense, you could say that the origin of the letter is ultimately not of great importance.
Naja.
Who knows? Perhaps Sir Kujo was the one being coy. After all, he had no particular reason to be forthcoming with us about the details of his playful proposal.
I understand. As you say, ultimately, the origin of the letter doesn't matter. But my position does matter. Kamaji and I thought that we needn't worry about anything that lies ahead, because we can face it all together. But now, I think I should give it some more thought.
Marriage is the most important decision of your life. Don't let yourself regret it. It is also part of the Yashiro Commission's job to help people through difficult times. I say this as an advocate for you personally, and for the Hiragi clan. Please, do not be compelled by circumstances to make any decision that goes against your will. To be together with the one you love is a sacred thing. It is my earnest wish that both of you may enjoy a bright and beautiful future, not a bittersweet one.
I'll take to heart every word you have said to me. I can't thank you enough, Sir Kamisato. I'll think very carefully about your advice.
All that matters is that you follow your heart. Since you'll be needing some time to think things over, we will excuse ourselves now.
Oh, wait! Let me see you out.
Thank you, Lady Hiragi, but there will be no need. Traveler, let's find somewhere to talk.
Du sagst das so vor ihr, als würde sie das gar nicht mitbekommen. Das wird sie jetzt sehr bestätigen. Sehr bestärken. Naja. Am Ende muss diese Hochzeit sowieso torpediert werden, ha? Das wird wohl eher eine Tiefzeit. Also dann.
Hiragi Chisato is on a totally different page than Kujo Kamaji. Hayato, why did you give her such vague suggestions? Couldn't you just have told her what you'd do in her position? Because Paimon's pretty sure you have an idea.
I've said everything I can given the Yashiro Commission's stance. Interfering too much with other commission's domestic issues will only create trouble. The more I think about it, the stranger this all seems. But Hiragi Chisato has yet to see it. We must be vigilant.
Strange? In what way?
Someone wants Hiragi Chisato to be married as soon as possible, and if my guess is right, it is someone from within the Kanjo Commission. This person is presumably also responsible for the mysterious and misleading letter. Think about this. A lowly officer is greatly worried about Hiragi Chisato's future, while the heads of the supporting clans ostensibly have no concern at all. It doesn't add up. When someone's words and actions do not match, you need to infer their intentions from their behavior.
Jemand will sie zum Schweigen bringen?
Yes. It's a smart strategy. Far superior to the one adopted by the Tenryou Commission's Takatsukasa clan. Even had the forged letter failed and been seen for what it was, there would have been no repercussions. They could simply have explained it away as a misguided but well-meaning matchmaking attempt by a member of the family. But if the letter were to achieve its goal, as it has so far, the perpetrator would successfully weaken the Hiragi clan without ever having to lift a finger against them, all under the guise of simply encouraging a wedding. With Hiragi Chisato having married into the Kujo clan and the head of the Hiragi clan in prison, challenges to the Hiragi clan's leadership would begin to emerge throughout the ranks of the Kanjo Commission. Eventually, another clan would take the Hiragi clan's place.
Wir brauchen Beweise.
Actually, we have evidence. His name is Shinojo.
Shinojo?
He should be back by now.
Yes, sir.
That's the I cannot deal with this.
Did one of the Kanjo Commission officers away?
Yes. His name is Shinojo.
As I expected. They cannot afford to let this opportunity pass them by. They have to act now while the Hiragi clan is at its weakest. Hiragi Chisato had been persuaded by Kujo Kamaji, and the wedding was sure to go ahead. But after Chisato's meeting with Shinojo, she began to have second thoughts. In their eyes, Officer Shinojo has interfered with their plan.
But why did they suspect him and not us?
Someone was eavesdropping on our conversation with Chisato the entire time. That's why I was a little reserved.
No way! Whew. Lucky Paimon didn't say anything stupid. But Chisato got what you meant about the letter, though, right?
I think so. But whoever is behind this will not allow their plan to fail now. They will not be inclined to respect Hiragi Chisato's own wishes. Her stance was so passive that she was easily manipulated, treated like a pawn, with even her marriage becoming a battleground for political power play. Despite all of this, she still believed that a happy future was awaiting her. When she formally marries into the Kujo clan, she will lose her title as daughter of the Hiragi clan, her position in the Kanjo Commission, and above all, her independence.
Marriage is such a trap.
Naja, nicht immer, aber... Also, torpedieren wir die Hochzeit.
Easier said than done. The perpetrators are manipulating everything from the shadows, letting unsuspecting pawns do their work. This is what makes their approach so smart. We, meanwhile, are out in the open. If we attempt to stop this wedding from happening, we will become the villains of the story and face immense public backlash.
So what are we gonna do?
At this stage, if the perpetrators wish to maintain control over the situation, their only option is to come out from the shadows and bare their fangs. I will wait for that moment to arrive. But first things first, we must go and rescue Shinojo. He has done nothing wrong and does not deserve to be punished. Tell me where Shinojo is. We'll head off right now.
So, dann lass mal schauen, wie es jetzt steht. Das war es offensichtlich, was uns hier blockierte. Gut. Also dann machen wir damit weiter. Kazuha's Story Quest ist wieder frei. Alles für den Weg in unser eigentliches Ziel. Das Lustigste ist, die Quest, die ich hier freizuschalten versuche, ist ja vielleicht nicht mal die richtige. Okay.
Oh? It's you.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation. We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the tensions that have built up over the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of the Kaidahara name. Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed?
Yeah.
In short, there was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class. But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight and entered a period of great turmoil. We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaidahara clans was neither proper nor just. Considering Mr. Kaidahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive recompense for the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past. In the interest of preventing further harassment of the Bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary.
This is a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the almighty Shogun, and the Shogunate at large. However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached?
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice. With the Kaedahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaedaharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end. You will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City with the almighty Shogun's blessing and full support of the Shogunate.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode. Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaedahara, and the art of blade making for which it stood. I do have a responsibility to restore their honor.
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost wondered whether there was another Kaedahara Kazuha in town.
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedahara really parried the Shogun's strike. Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, the falsehood that Kaedahara Kazuha was using a delusion began to spread.
What? But that doesn't make sense. Using a delusion turns you old and frail, and Kazuha still looks fine.
That is correct. However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding two elements at once is a more inconceivable notion still.
Wer sind denn bitte die Zeugen? Da waren doch keine Zivilisten bei dieser Szene.
This is just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the subject of public discussion, no matter whether it brings suspicion or stardom my way. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow over more quickly.
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us.
Please allow me some time to consider. In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important thing!
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me?
Geschwister, Schulkameraden, irgendjemand, den du kennst? Familie, Mutter, Meerschweinchen?
No. This puzzles me as much as it does you. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaedahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms.
Ich hoffe, diese Sword Art war nicht online. Hey, Creek.
Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
All the more reason to watch your back! This guy was a serious nutcase.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury, or worse.
Heutzutage ist jeder bei Palmer eine Nussschale. Nussfall. Entschuldigung.
In that case, I will send some men out immediately to search for him.
Thank you. I must say I am now very curious about this matter, and I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked her, then give you a conclusive answer upon my return.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town. Let's see what Ryuji has to say.
Also ja, was soll ich denn da sagen? Ich kann Ultimates nicht machen, da ich keine Leute habe, mit denen ich spielen kann. Alleine packe ich die nicht. Von daher eigentlich never. Ich werde nie welche kennenlernen. Wen kenne ich denn? Dich und Eja. Aber ihr beide habt eure eigenen Sachen zu tun. Eja ist sowieso. Ja, das Spiel, glaube ich, nur angemacht, wenn ich gestreamt hatte mal. Und auch nur in der Anfangszeit. Das ist auch schon Monate her. Ich glaube, er hat es nicht mal installiert zur Zeit. Tja, und ansonsten, Ultimates, das sind erstmal EX-Trials, ne? Da bin ich ja schon raus. Weil selbst bei normalen Trials kriege ich teilweise auf die Fresse im Moment. Weswegen ich im Moment auch so auf dem Trichter bin. Wenn ich die momentanen Tries als EX-Tries machen will, warte ich bis zur 7.0, damit neues Gear draußen ist und ich es ein bisschen leichter habe. Für anderes mache ich mir da keine Hoffnung. Und wenn du es nicht ernst meinst... Tja, hast du doch eine sehr ernste Antwort bekommen. Tut mir leid. Irgendwann hätte ich das schon Interesse, aber momentan würde es auch nicht passen. Überhaupt nicht. Zumal ich noch sehr viel über das Spiel lernen muss und im Moment mich eher darin reinfuchse, andere Klassen hochzuleveln, die ich normalerweise nicht anfassen würde. Neben dem Gear-Farm für Glams einfach nur. Ja, im Moment passt das nicht so. Zu viel los dieses Jahr noch.
Hey there! We'd like to ask you a quick question. Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidahara Kazuha, we mean.
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you can offer.
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest. Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him. To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information. Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If these were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have snapped them up in an instant.
Millions? Of mora? Whoa! Oh, wait. Even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
Ach, Paimon, ich bin auch zurzeit auch stacked and loaded, weil ich so lange keine Charaktere mehr hochgezogen habe. Ich habe so viele Ressourcen. Mora, da brauchst du dir keine Sorgen machen. Die haben wir.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaidehara. But I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryou Commission had very few leads, and I thought you might have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention. If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
That does make sense. Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now.
Ich habe ihn doch sehr leicht gewonnen. Eigentlich, wenn wir ehrlich sind.
I am well aware of your talents. There is no need to be humble around me. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you were the one he targeted. It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaedehara. Surely this same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade against the almighty Shogun.
You flatter me. Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment.
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I will try my best to gather whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though. Let me tell you about it just in case.
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
All right, then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato. The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Amenoma! Now there's a familiar name.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. 2 grown men going missing at the same time. Their cases are likely connected, but I don't know much in the way of details. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
Understood, though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
Tja, ist das vielleicht die Schmiedegeschichte der Kaedehara-Family? Beide untersuchen so.
Sure, can't hurt. We never know what we might find out along the way.
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amenoma Smithy.
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
Alright. Ich nehme mal an, so wie sich das im Moment gestaltet, müssen wir die gesamte Quest... Ja, das steht hier auch. Das wird kein NPC blockiert, sondern es ist direkt eine Folgequest, die zugrunde legt, dass wir die gesamte Quest haben. Dementsprechend, anders als die Kamisato-Quest, müssen wir hier jetzt komplett ruhig.
Ah, if it isn't Kaedehara Kazuha. What brings you here today?
Huh? You 2 know each other?
Yes, the Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the 2 clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my respects. Yes, you may recall the story of the Raiden Gokaden from the Iridori Festival.
Though all bladesmiths trace their craft back to the same source, over time, each of us has arrived at a different blade-making philosophy, spawning the development of different branches of the same art.
Das war das Festival, wofür ich die Ayato-Quest tatsächlich anfangen musste. Wo es sehr passend ist, dass ich diese Quest jetzt weiterspielen musste, um hier weiterzumachen. Auch das Festival, in dem wir herausgefunden haben, dass Scaramouche für die generell zwieträchtige Geschichte von dem Kaedehara-Clan verantwortlich ist.
As an example, the Amenoma art strives to emulate the abiding patience and determination of water as it turns stone to sand. There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out, until both body and mind have memorized the craft, turning each motion of every technique into an intrinsic part of the bladesmith's life. As for the art of the Kaedehara clan, I believe it's called the Ishin art.
That's right. Ishin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind from the moment that forging begins. For only a blade thus forged can capture and convey its maker's thoughts and feelings. and eventually become an extension of its wielder's will.
Indeed. Most samurai choose their blades, but an Ishin blade chooses its owner. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaedahara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan. But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryou Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it, but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryou Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a great gift. I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that. The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse.
Fire?
And neither of them came back. Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind, so nobody knows what really happened.
Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing, and can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person we are looking for, he attacked this friend of mine. Based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
What? No. Absolutely impossible. Yuya is not that kind of person. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. He has never gotten into a fight before.
Huh. Is that so?
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But, with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear, with neither farewell nor fair warning. I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced, or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me. Anyway, should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Dann fragen wir nach Nagato.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato household.
Tja, es ist das Schwert. Das Schwert, das Schwert. Oh, das kam überraschend. Meine Augen waren fixiert auf den Bereich da oben und dennoch habe ich den Boden vor meinen Füßen nicht gesehen.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions about your family's current situation?
For example, Paimon's struggling to understand why a collector would be strapped for Mora.
That's a long story. Ever since I've known him, he's been an avid collector of all sorts of things. He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited they made him, I was happy to believe that they were just extremely important to him. Everything was fine when we first got married, but as time went by, things changed for the worse.
Uh-oh, what happened?
He lost his sense of restraint. He started buying more and more things, and even resorted to borrowing money just so he could pay for them. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse, admiring his weapons even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. Just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him, but making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Whoa!
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family?
Das passt schon so.
Had I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. I understand. Ame no Yuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out at the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price. But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument.
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire, and he's got no way to pay off our debts. Even though I'm still a little mad at him, we're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. There could be more to this situation than meets the eye. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests Ame no Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to start an argument. This situation is getting a little confusing.
A little confusing? More like completely mystifying.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned. Rest assured, we'll notify you if we find anything.
Thank you so much. I just want him to come home.
Wir müssen doch einfach nur zum Ort des Brandes gehen, oder nicht? Auf nach Brandenburg.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, Paimon was thinking that maybe someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and, nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
Sie hat's versucht. Es fehlen noch Informationen, ganz ehrlich.
Right. I very much agree with you. It seems highly likely that we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Working off what we know so far, there are too many things that don't add up. The chances are that there are still some clues left for us to discover. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Ame no Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict. Mr. Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
Tja, der Angreifer.
Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Ame no Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn! We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to lose chase.
Let's keep going, since we've come this far. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get some closure.
Okay, but where should we go now?
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. There's still a chance we may be able to find some shreds of evidence.
Letztes Jahr kriege ich immer wieder Weltanfragen. Keine Ahnung wieso. Eigentlich habe ich die Dinger ausgestellt. Es geht erst seit 2 Wochen so.
Wait. I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beto's tournament, so...
Ja, ich weiß noch, als dieses Wasservieh uns hier die ganze Zeit angegriffen hat, während wir nur versucht haben, ein Gespräch zu führen.
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
Schau mal da hinten.
There's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma. The remnants of the Tatarigami.
Okay.
Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
So it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely coming from down below. The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place, but the residue it left behind still hasn't dissipated completely. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy at that time.
Scheinbar fällt das anderen ja nicht auf.
From what I've been told, Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters, but most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Their interests become fanatical obsessions. Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions, even as he put himself in grave debt.
So what should we do now? Go down and take a look?
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look inside.
Be careful.
If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this. Relatively speaking, the risk here is trivial.
Ich sehe sogar das Jadegemach von hier aus.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
Keine Ahnung, ob das gut oder schlecht ist.
That was too scary. Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us.
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami energy source left this place. 2 ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much misfortune has already befallen them.
Let's go.
Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is coming from. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you too will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
Der Versuch ist sicher wert.
Well, perhaps this is
Eine Sekunde dachte ich schon, Ayato beobachtet uns. Mit seinem Spion, seinem Ninja.
Be still.
Falsche Taste. Da stinkt jemand ganz schön gewaltig.
From this point, the trail appears to split into 2. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here and seems to be dissipating slowly.
Das sind die beiden.
Quite possibly. Let's search the area.
Whoa! Look at all those hilly churls. They're acting really strangely.
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Kamisato Art. Suiyu!
The doctor will see you.
It's...
Ugh! Look at this red stuff. What is it?
Blut?
By the looks of it, a letter written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written quite some time ago. Well, let's take a look.
Da. Oh, oh.
According to this letter, a conflict arose because Ame no Yuya wanted to seize a blade belonging to Mr. Nagato. Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could, eventually stopping here to write this letter when his strength gave out.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its aura seems to have attracted a horde of monsters, and I'm afraid he may no longer be with us. Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the hilly churls. There's nothing more for us to find here.
Wir haben Dringenderes zu tun. Lass die Leiche doch verrotten, oder die Leichenteile.
Yes. Right now, we need to uncover some more important truths. If Ame no Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him, the more people risk meeting the same tragic end.
Right. So let's get moving.
Tja, scheinbar ist er beeinflusst von dem Schwert.
I wouldn't be surprised if he, too, fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be their pursuit of further power and skill. All the clues that at first seemed disparate and disconnected, it seems that now we know the thread that runs between them. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
Wait, you figured it out? So these two cases are connected after all?
I believe so. But it's something of an outlandish idea. I will only be able to confirm my suspicions once we've met him in person. On with the search. We must stay vigilant. At any point now, we may find ourselves in danger.
Gehen wir am besten direkt aufs Wasser. Die Welt selbst will uns dahin führen.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure. But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time.
Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Kaedehara Kazuha. It's you, at last.
Aha! So it is the same guy from before. What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Ame no Yuya that stands before us. But what if instead of facing Ame no Yuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather as a means to occupy, Ame no Yuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter. Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So gut ist das Schwert gar nicht.
So, swords can become conscious and control people?
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home. I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power. The might of Ishin art!
So Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired, or injured, or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful!
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun! Kaedehara Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me!
Warte noch! Mein Lautstärkeregler ist weg. So.
That hurts!
Everyone hold hands!
Just mind the side effects. Cascade.
Hands with the wave!
Into the wind.
Rewrite history!
The doctor was serious.
Taking a knee. Be still.
Do not stand in my way, or I will strike you down too!
Your bluff's fooling no one. You've lost!
Lost? I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man. He is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will.
Echt, ey, wir schlagen dich einfach in Stücke.
The end result is the same! I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger! And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. My consciousness shall endure. By any means necessary, and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny!
Your fighting style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin art. But from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a thinly veiled mania and despair.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user's thoughts and feelings. Since the blade is currently possessing Amenome Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without you? On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever need your help?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped. After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak. To the point that you are now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Amenome Yuya and make your escape.
And what of it?
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that is so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand and too heavy for you to bear. Each step you have taken has come at a great cost. I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth. But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal!
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed countless atrocities and showed a blatant disregard for human life. Even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
You...
Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
Silence, you blabbering fool! I must achieve my goal. This was his life's dream, and the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly. But you also underestimate my resolve.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. Facing reality offers me nothing. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality. It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man, then offer me your body in exchange.
How stubbornly you stick to your wayward path. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet, and I will put your strength to the test.
Surely you're not planning to agree to his demands.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my power will more than convince you. Once we have dealt with them, we shall proceed to Tenshukaku.
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release Amenoma Yuya from your control.
I accept.
Don't do this, Kazuha!
Hey, Lea. Ich kann mir schon denken, wie das Ganze laufen wird, aber wirklich was dagegen tun können wir ja sowieso nicht, also was soll's. Lassen wir es zu.
This is the only way to save Amenoma Yuya. If we don't do this, he'll forever be the Blade's puppet. The Cursed Blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. This suggests his heart is still not completely devoid of honor. The power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions. This is the reason Mr. Nagato and Amenoma Yuya fell prey to it. Since I don't have any similar kinds of obsessions, I should be able to put up some resistance for a while.
But even so...
Even if things take a turn for the worse, I still have you both here with me. We have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I am willing to accept the risks entailed.
Na bitte.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. I agreed to this bet because there are things I wish to learn too. Now, take me in your hand.
Kazuha?
I'm okay. I felt a little dizzy at first, but only for a moment. It's all right. So far, this was as I expected.
Tja, wird noch übernommen werden.
I will. Thank you.
What should we do next? Have you got a plan, Kazuha?
We find some enemies. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many real fights. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat situation.
Wait a minute! Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild. Since the Takatsukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since.
Alright.
All right.
Sag ich doch.
Please lead the way.
What about Amenoma Yuya? What should we do with him?
The blade says he'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently. Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet, he is not in any immediate danger.
Are we sure this is a good idea? It's a pretty treacherous journey. Okay, fine. Just be careful.
Ich mach das wieder die ganze Zeit. Dieses Ding von Ayato darin schwebte. Ich kann es jetzt nicht reproduzieren, weil hier keine Gegner sind. Ein bisschen höher. Ich mag es auch, wie wir 2 Stunden im Stream sind und ich habe nicht mal angefangen, was ich eigentlich machen wollte. Weil einfach alles blockiert wird. Nice. Aber so läuft Genshin leider. Da müssen wir aber noch mal was umdesignen. Zwecks dessen. So, da wird das ganze Team nochmal umgewürfelt. Dann, das wäre der Slot.
Alright,
so.
Let's head off.
Keine Ahnung, was nehmen wir denn da? Was wäre denn gut? Oder interessant?
A pleasure to be working with you.
Something's come up?
Ich weiß gar nicht, ist sie überhaupt gerade ausgerüstet? Ich glaube, sie ist ausgerüstet. Das Schwert habe ich nämlich von Jean genommen, aber das habe ich nachträglich wieder hochgerüstet. Nee, da ist alles okay. Das ist alles okay. Dann... Okay, nee. Das machen wir anders.
Chivalry will never die.
Dann machen wir so und... Wenn du müde bist, musst du ins Bett gehen, das ist schon spät. Ich überlege gerade die ganze Zeit, aber mir kommt nichts Passendes in den Sinn.
Let's get this show on the road.
Überhaupt nichts. Na, hast du ja noch eine Stunde. Boy.
I trust you.
Machen wir das. Wird schon passen. Ich weiß es doch auch nicht besser. Oh. Es war egal. Na sowas.
Leave everything on this journey to me.
Ist das dann meiner? Generell ja nein. Doch. Doch, das sind meine Stats. Auf jeden Fall. Nur das da passt nicht. Leben und Angriff.
The wind knows me.
Das wäre jetzt ein sehr komisches Match.
One with nature. Let's get down to business. As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind. The wind knows me.
Auf den Boden.
Into the wind.
How are you feeling? You okay?
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use. Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
Das klingt nicht gut. Vielleicht ist das ein Zeichen der Kontrolle. Ist da noch was? Nee.
Time to go. Let's get down to business. Time to go. The wind knows me. My blade!
Ich kann hier ein bisschen erkunden, während die da auf den Boden fallen und meine Skills wieder aufladen.
Into the wind. One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night. The wind knows me.
Whoa! Something's up with the blade!
Oh, dunkler geworden.
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break apart at any moment.
But what would that do to Amanome Yuya?
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily. He's still trying to achieve his goal.
Ich bin kein Busch.
The wind knows me. Time to go.
Fall before me.
Into the wind.
Cheap trick.
One with nature. As one with wind and cloud. Time to go.
So, zweimal, glaube ich, noch. Oh. Oh, der killt sich selbst.
You okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight!
Yes. And it looks like he's reached his limit.
The sheen's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
Perhaps this time, we'll finally have a chance to see his true form.
True form? What are you talking about? Huh? What the? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk!
Aha. Zerbricht bald.
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy.
Ich glaube, er ist zu besessen.
I finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the one who made you. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming from?
Naja, man kann sich nicht verübeln, dass sie kommen. Wir sind hier bei denen eingedrungen. Schwert ist nicht mehr brauchbar.
Yup, we can help this time.
Don't worry. I'll use my own blade. It's just more of the same.
It's my lucky day. Into the wind.
Wir haben auf jeden Fall weniger Stärke. Ah, okay. Ein Filetiermesser. Gut. Passt. Zur Bedo. Aber halt schwächer, ne?
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call.
You fought way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a magnificent blade it is. Perhaps I shall never reach that level of glory.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue.
What?
Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art. There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body.
I sensed it, but I couldn't change it. It is an integral part of my consciousness.
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenoma Yuya. But I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. And yet there was no way for you to turn your back on his ambition. You have known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair.
He gave me everything. My life, my form, my consciousness, and purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Do not worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy." How could I go back on my word?
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
Aber ich baue noch meine Schatztruhe hier im Dungeon. Das geht doch so nicht.
When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the blade's memory. wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
Gut, dann kann ich mir noch die Truhe nehmen, die ich da sehe. Hey, bist wieder chill?
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my forging like it was just yesterday. I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numbed the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Amenoma Yuya. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself and my creator?
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix, too? Jeez, don't push your luck, mister.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Amenoma Yuya as promised. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
His attitude has grown a lot milder. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we give him a chance?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed again. Nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle since. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. The next in a long line of transgressions. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh? And who would be the opponent?
I will release Amenoma Yuya and restore his consciousness. Perhaps after that, you can convince him to commit to a fight with you. He must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put myself forward. I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryo Commission.
Thanks for your help. Who knows how this would have ended without your intervention?
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Ja, da bin ich mal gespannt, wo wir da hingehen. Erstmal Truhe. In dem Raum hier ist nichts mehr. Alright. Mal sehen, was hat er denn im Sinn? Okay.
This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash.
Ja, weil es Strand ist, so ein bisschen, ne?
Yep, we still can't let our guard down. Even now, Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then. Successor of Ishin art, Kaedehara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
Ah, warte. Lautstärke, so. Da.
Into the wind.
Ist aber trotzdem ein bisschen unfair, weil der da hat doch keine Vision. Der ist kein Genshin.
One with nature. The wind knows me.
Julia, du sollst mich treffen.
As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind. The wind knows me. Time to go. One.
Der hat mir nicht mehr Schaden gemacht.
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for all that has transpired.
You need not seek my forgiveness, nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaedehara Kazuha. I beseech you, please understand this.
Yes, I too trust Mr. Kaedehara to do the right thing.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma Art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma smithy. Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go there for?
I'm not sure, but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
Ha. Wir müssen immer noch der einen Frau sagen, dass ihr Mann tot ist. Just saying. Tja, jetzt habe ich das Team so lange aufgestellt und am Ende kam es nicht mehr zum Einsatz. Ich dachte, wir kriegen lediglich unser Team mit Kaedehara als Gast. Den wollte ich schon vorgreifen, indem ich ihn bei uns einschleuste, aber nee. Nichts dergleichen.
It's Yuya! You have returned!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
A prized Ishin blade, turned weapon that controls the human mind. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji, from the Bonton Sango Detective Agency, tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes. Badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
Dann ist ja doch nicht tot, na toll.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious. I have decided to let him do it.
Guess there's nothing we can say to change your mind, huh?
Nope.
Thank you. I will explain my reasons later. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in peace.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really, really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them.
Das sehe ich auf die leichte Schulter.
I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me, just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Danke.
Wait, shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
Rein zufällig hat die Quest ihm dabei geholfen, eine Antwort zu finden, ha? Wie es hier immer so läuft. Mir ist gerade eine Kleinigkeit aufgefallen, die ich nicht teilen will, die ich nur äußerst lustig finde. In Bezug auf all die Namen, die wir in den heutigen Quests hatten. Und einen, an dem ich gerade vorbeigelaufen bin. Hey, du Questblocker!
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanoma Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
Aber ganz ehrlich, als ob es jemals eine andere Antwort gegeben hätte.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well, I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with Nahida. Paimon was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy. Like, about these Descenders. So, does that just mean people...
Nein!
And as for your brother... Whew, so many questions. Let's go find Nahida and see what else we can find out.
Sie werden uns bestimmt nichts darüber erzählen. Ja, es geht um die ganzen Erkenntnisse, die wir tatsächlich bei unserem 3.2 Stream vor fast einem Jahr hatten. Wo wir über die Descender erfahren haben und sowas. Ja. Darin, dass Urban Soul den Bruder kennt. Woher kam die Belohnung? Hat der Hund uns bezahlt? Friss weiter. Das macht man aber nicht mit seinem Essen. Beto, hör auf zu trinken. Wir machen eine Pause, Leute. Wir sehen uns gleich. Bis gleich. Er hat aufgegessen. Indem er sich darin gewälzt hat.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Da los, bang los, Alter! Entschuldigung, ich bin wieder da. Okay, okay. Okay. Wir können also endlich die Quest anfangen, für die wir gestartet haben. Ehrlich gesagt hätte ich nicht gedacht, dass wir zu diesem Punkt kommen. Nachdem sich die Quests so gegenseitig blockiert haben. Mal gucken, welche uns als nächstes blockiert, ha?
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here's just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Das würde ich sagen. Zumal die Ordnung ja jetzt ein bisschen umgeworfen wurde hier.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
Oh Gott, ich sehe ja sogar die Pyramide von hier aus. Davon muss mal die PS5 lieben für die Draw Distance. War das auch schon so, als ich die Archon Quest gemacht habe, als das Gebiet da hinten noch nicht mehr freigeschalten wurde? Klar, es war nicht die richtige Pyramide, aber ein Placeholder dafür war, glaube ich, schon zu sehen. Ah. Da waren wir im letzten Stream drunter. Okay, los geht's.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Ihr habt nach jemanden gesucht?
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
Ich beweise es dir.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatara Suna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
I'm sorry, ich bin halt Reisender und kein Gebildeter.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatara Suna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatara Suna.
Was war das denn gerade? Habe ich mich verhört? Lass mich das nochmal hören. Was war das denn? Ist deine Voiceline gerade abgeschmiert?
He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatara Suna's past. But who'd have thought that,
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline.
Nee, alles okay. Das war Absicht. Ich war nur gerade... Ich hab's nicht... Okay.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive or a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatara Suna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Scaramouche.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatara Suna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Oh. Ich sag's doch, seit 2 Wochen stürmen mich diese... Entschuldigung. Ich höre schon auf. Seit 2 Wochen stürmen mich diese dämlichen Freundschaftsfragen. Jetzt haben die hier uns sogar noch einen Freeze-Frame gegeben. Vielen Dank. Ich habe die Dinge ausgestellt. Die Dinge kommen nicht mehr. Das hat über ein Jahr gewirkt. Ich weiß nicht, was jetzt los ist.
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
Schon wieder.
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
Ja, es war Kabuki-Mono und der Niwa hat bestimmt ein Schwert gemacht, das komisch Leute getötet und besessen hat. Und dann jetzt irgendwie an Kazuha geraten ist. Weiß ich auch nicht.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
Mhm. Wer ist Pete?
A puppet?
Natürlich nicht. Denk doch mal an Scaramouche, das weißt du doch. Ja, danke. Endlich hat sie es gerafft.
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Ich bin jetzt nicht hier, um Bücher zu lesen. An Except 2 musst du nochmal arbeiten.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Natürlich, ich habe ja auch sonst nichts zu tun. Ja. Weißt du denn nicht, dass ein Hauptteil eigentlich 8 Punkte hat? Was soll denn das? Scheint noch nicht fertig geschrieben zu sein. Ja, da war dieser eine Rechtschreibfehler, so ziemlich in der Mitte.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Inwiefern wären das dann Fakten?
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Ehrlich gesagt hätte ich das nicht besser sagen können.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get.
Ich find's ja schön, dass Akaba sich auch in die Reihe der Namen einreiht, die mir vorhin aufgefallen sind in dieser Summe. Und zwar bezüglich desselben Mediums, wo all diese Namen vorkommen. Sehr schön.
Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
Um genau zu sein, weil wir nie wieder was mit euch zu tun haben.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Ich werde dran denken, es zu ignorieren. Die Büsche hinter ihnen zittern. Das...
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Die Büsche hinter ihnen zittern. Das ist auch so eine Sache, die sie in ihrem Skript mal überarbeiten sollten. Ja, definitiv.
Okay, then, even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
Du hast es
After
verstanden.
all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Ich glaube, sie hat Scaramouche gesehen.
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like... the balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Benutzt Nahida etwa seinen Körper? Das kann dir wirklich passieren. Ich glaube nämlich, sein Geist ist ein bisschen abwesend. Geht halt rein zufällig auch in diesen Raum. Hey Nahida, was ist los?
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions, Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us!
Das Ding ist, Paimon, na gut. Wir wissen, sie ist nicht der Gott der Weisheit, dass es zwei gegeben hat, aber Paimon, da trifft das wohl nicht drauf zu.
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal, even with the Balladeer.
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Tja. Welcome, outsider.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him!
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
Oh?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
Aber sind nicht sämtliche Informationen, die Sie haben, auch in Irminsul? Wie kann das denn sein? Etwa durch einen weiteren Descender?
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information and should be able to find it more quickly.
Ergibt schon Sinn, dass das ein relevantes Problem ist, wenn man bedenkt, dass sie erst kürzlich so richtigen Connect zu diesem Baum hat. Aber das denkt sie natürlich nicht durch die Tatsache, dass alles umgeschrieben wurde. Aber müsste sie nicht auch anderes Wissen erlangt haben? Fragt sie sich selbst nicht, wieso sie nicht mehr darüber bereits herausgefunden haben könnte? Naja, was, wenn er uns hintergeht?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Na gut.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Das bedeutet, wenn er Nummer 6 war, ist er jetzt nur noch so stark wie Tartaglia. Okay, mal sehen, was ich tun kann.
Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Abend, Ducky. Hey ho.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
In Pässe? Was? Nein. Ja, aber es stimmt schon, es ist sehr viel heller. Der Baum hat nie gebrannt.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Ja, du hast wahrscheinlich mehr Wissen, wie man das tut, als wir, und wir würden da nicht reinkommen, vielleicht. Wer weiß.
Shut your beak, Jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Ich hab hier Seife.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Oh, du bist gerade am Arbeiten. Dann lass dich im Hintergrund beschallen. Ich hoffe, es ist schön angenehm dann. Sehr schön.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
Okay, okay. Aber nur zur Info, wir sind nicht Traveling, wir sind Wandering, weil ich bin der Traveler, du bist der Wanderer, okay?
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
Er ist weit über 400 Jahre unterwegs gewesen. Ich glaube, das trifft zu. Also, Paimon. Unser Traveler, bei dem kennt man das Alter nicht. Der ist wahrscheinlich wirklich älter.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
Los.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Sag mal, wer von den beiden ist der Computer? Der Baum oder sie?
Is this a small sapling?
Schässling?
Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Was ist denn ein Schässling?
Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul.
Ich sehe noch nicht sehr viel.
Ooh.
Oh.
Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Für jeden gibt's mal ein erstes Mal. Hat er sich nicht verwandert? Ich kann hier wahrscheinlich eh nicht durch. Ja, wusste ich's doch.
These sapling things have spread out.
Schässlinge.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul.
What?
Be careful not to touch them.
Ja, wir sind jetzt hinter dem Baum.
It looks the same in every direction.
Tja, ich schätze mal, er hatte ein bisschen Zeit zu warten, während wir uns mit...
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
mit Sumero-Unstimmigkeiten rumschlagen mussten. Hatte er sehr viel Zeit, hier
There's a time
rumzulaufen.
and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
So, wir sind jetzt aber, glaube ich, wirklich da. Endlich.
We're here.
What a huge tree!
Den wir auch vorher nicht gesehen haben. Das Zentrum. Alle Infos
Lesser
der
Lord
Welt.
Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Stay alive. Sorry. Ja, wer weiß. Er ist wirklich sehr oft mit uns aneinander geclasht. Das könnte auf eine ähnliche Rolle dort hinweisen. In Inazuma, ich erinnere mich noch an die 1.1 bei dem Meteor-Event und jetzt schließlich hier in Sumero, wobei er dort schon abtrünnig war.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Wir können ja ein paar Gegner in der Nähe verkloppen, bis er Wilred findet, der tot da liegt. Moment, nein, das war Realm Reborn.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Okay. Ein Bewusstseinsgespräch, so kann man es auch nennen.
Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Wir haben einen Zoom-Call in unserem Kopf.
What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Ich weiß, sehr ungewöhnlich. Für dich ist normalerweise nichts in deinem Kopf. Das muss eine neue Erfahrung sein, gleich mehrere Sachen drin zu haben. Oder?
That's part of it.
Ha.
Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Wir sind Freunde, wir können gegenseitig in unserem Kopf rumstöbern.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Ich glaube auch.
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Es geht natürlich um die ganze Schwertgeschichte, die Kaede-Hara-Geschichte, diese Festivalgeschichte, das alles, was jetzt im Zuge dieser Quest, die unsere Quest blockiert hat und die Quest, die die Quest blockiert hat, die die Quest blockiert hat, alles gesagt wurde. Ja? Ja. Das ist dieses Gedankengespräch, was wir damals mit Scaramouche hatten.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Das ist diese ganze gezeichnete Geschichte, die wir hatten, da mit diesen ganzen Bekanntschaften, die er in der Vergangenheit hatte.
Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
Naja, wundert's dich?
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Aber wir wissen bereits, dass das nicht stimmt. Der Bruder ist aus irgendeinem Grund drin.
Wait, how did you know about that? Didn't Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Tja, die Fatui haben sie auf jeden Fall beobachtet, nicht zuletzt den Bruder. Von daher, ja, wahrscheinlich weiß er sogar ein paar Sachen, die er nicht ausspricht.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
Ich spüre etwas, was meine ganze Aufmerksamkeit verbraucht.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Ich sehe kein Schätzling.
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
Ausgerechnet Niwa, der Kaede Harada.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
Wir gehen rein.
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed, their lives have purpose, they are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale.
So ein bisschen erkennt man Niwas Ähnlichkeit zu Kazuha. Nicht zuletzt durch den Zopf, den er auf der anderen Seite trägt. Und diese Haarsträhne, diese eine.
You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me. And now, every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
Escher? MC Escher? Oh mein Gott, ich will nicht in den Raum, den er gebaut hat, auf jeden Fall. It's him?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, As you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with the Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all.
Das Ding ist, es ist nur so eine lange Reise, weil du die ganze Wüste dazwischen hast. Ansonsten ging es ein bisschen schneller. Und Liyue, also Wüste oder Liyue, eins von beiden halt.
And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Also ist Escher ein Doktor. Das Ganze, was wir hier haben, ist vor 400 Jahren gewesen. Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass der so alt ist.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Damit haben wir 3 Fatui, die derart alt sind. Ich frag mich, wie viele noch?
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore? Dottore!
Das war ein bisschen off.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
Es ist schön, dass du aufgepasst hast, ja.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Was hat er damit erreicht? Offenbar ging es die ganze Zeit um die Puppe.
They need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Wundert sich niemand, dass der Doktor so alt ist?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Stimmt, die Go-Karten, das war erst vor 100 Jahren circa. Ja, ja, ja.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Scheint wohl doch nicht nichts zu ändern.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
Tja. Wer weiß, wenn du richtig durchdrehst, was dann passiert. Kraft hin oder her, aber vielleicht wirst du dann halt richtig dämlich.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Der Bruder ist aber drin.
Don't thank me just yet.
Das Ganze wirkt sowieso wie ein abgekartetes Spiel von Nahida, damit Scaramouche diese Erinnerung sieht.
You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world.
Keine Überraschung.
Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time.
Auch keine Überraschung. Nicht nur das, in Fontaine werden wir ja auch wieder einen aus Conria haben, so wie es aussieht.
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh?
What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
Ich mach dir keine Hoffnung, ich kann nicht sehr gut reden.
Give me your hand.
Das ist keine Info. Siehst du meine Zukunft?
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Ja, und es ist langsam echt gruselig, dass alle es können. Was soll das? Mein Bewusstsein, hm?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you.
Dann rede.
So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Ja.
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Das war länger.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Das waren Anime-Sekunden, ganz bestimmt.
So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Huch.
Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Ich muss sagen, finde ich auch ganz schön spannend. So generell. Es ist zwar schon seit Dezember draußen, aber ich habe mich über das wenigste, was da bis jetzt war, gespoilt. 1, 2 Sachen habe ich mitbekommen, die sich zu einem Teil zusammenfügen, aber ich bin auch froh, nicht nur das hier jetzt zu machen, sondern dass da ein paar Leute bei zuschauen und das offensichtlich genießen. Das finde ich, das ja, schön, freut mich. Vor allem, wenn man bedenkt, dass da ich jetzt das Story-Aufholen zu Fontaine gestartet habe mit heute offiziell, wir davon noch einiges mehr zu erwarten haben über den nächsten Monat, bis wir dann bei der 4.0 sind. Dann gibt es natürlich einen zwangsmäßigen Stopp. Auch wenn ich hier jetzt auch wieder Teile verpasst habe. Aber wenn es generell noch ein schönes Bild ergibt, ist ja alles schön. Also so schön, ne? Schön, schön, schön. Und vor allen Dingen, wie du sagtest, dass es dir deine Arbeit angenehmer gestaltet. Das freut mich natürlich auch.
Nahida! Traveler, Paimon, Palladir, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
Ich glaube, wir reisen mit der Bahn. Das passiert da manchmal.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
Tunnel.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Willst du damit sagen, du hast ihn unterschätzt? Ist diese Nicht-Gefahr etwa zu einer Gefahr geworden? Nahida, du wirktest dir deiner Sache so sicher. Was ist jetzt los?
Where the heck did he go? Oh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him.
Eigentlich...
Sorry, Nahida.
Eigentlich ist das Nahidas Schuld.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Stimmt, wir wissen ja nicht, wo es lang geht. Ich schätze mal hier lang.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Okay, die ganze Stadt ist bereits informiert. Was? Wir schlafen?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
Okay, ich werde hier einfach schlafen und hunderte Male aufwachen. Oder wie das? 68 Mal?
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone.
Habe ich da ein Pferd gehört?
Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Und warum habe ich ein Pferd gehört? In Sumeru gibt es keine Pferde. Ja. Es sieht so aus, als wollte er seine eigene Geschichte verändern. Die Frage, ob er das kann, ist interessant. Er war mit Irminsul connected und hatte die Kraft darüber, wenn noch ein bisschen was davon übrig geblieben ist, kann er es.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life!
Nun ja. Es ist bereits passiert, weißt du?
It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Ja. Aber stell dir mal vor, du wirst aus der Geschichte getilgt werden und ich war mit dir in dem Raum. Dann wird es einfach so umgeschrieben, dass ich das Wasser getrunken habe. So kann man sich das vorstellen. Oder das Wasser ist verdunstet an einem heißen Sommertag.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he
Ja, genau das ist es. Er will sich selbst löschen. Ey, alles klar? Das war jetzt aber nicht das Ding mit dem Wasser, oder?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally... Oh. It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
Okay, wenn uns Nahida diesen Raum organisiert hat und dann, denke ich mal, auch für Kosten und Logie aufkommen wird, dann hoffe ich, dass das jetzt nicht auf unsere Rechnung kommt, Paimon.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Oh, ich weiß, was sie machen. Der Grund, warum das Ding umgestoßen ist und warum es hinterher noch umgestoßen sein wird, ist ein Live-Beispiel von dem, was wir hier gerade besprechen. Passt auf, passt auf. Ich weiß ganz genau, wie sich das entwickeln wird. Wir kommen nochmal zu diesem zerstörten Krug zurück.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working.
Das würde auch bedeuten, dass es schafft, sich zu löschen. Übrigens.
Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Nicht der Traveler. Was höre ich denn da im Hintergrund? Wenn sie da verschwinden? Nein.
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next?
Der Traveler versteht das offenbar noch nicht ganz. Und da kommt diese zerbrochene Vase unter unseren Füßen wieder ins Spiel. Es passiert alles immer noch so. Es hat nur andere Gründe.
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Tja.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here.
Für mich würde das nicht wirken, weil ich mich ja anstrengen müsste, Namen von Gerichten herauszufinden. Das würde dafür sorgen, dass ich nicht entspannen könnte.
Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake.
Okay,
and Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Also, Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and...
Wenn nur sie redet, könnte man vielleicht einschlafen. Was ist los?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
Es ist geschehen.
Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
Wenn ich ihr den Namen Scaramouche sage, wird sie damit nichts mehr anfangen können, oder?
The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
Ja. Es hat geklappt, aber die Vase ist noch umgestoßen.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
Nein, das ist so ein Anime-Ding.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Das muss aber ein komisches Gefühl sein. Ja, wir machen eine kleine Reise, okay.
Okay, sure. Where
Inazuma?
are we going?
Ja, Inazuma, okay.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Wir besprechen später oder behalten alle Infos für uns, wenn wir herausfinden, dass sich nichts verändert hat. Und das Wetter ist scheinbar sehr stürmisch.
Ah, it's been a while.
Das war vielleicht eine Stunde. Hallo auf jeden Fall.
Of course. Go ahead.
Also, die Raiden-Gokkaden.
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokkaden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokkaden 5.
Und genau deswegen mussten wir die Quest vorher machen.
If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Nein, das war vor einer Stunde.
Oh, yeah, we were. Paimon remembers that now.
Mhm.
We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokkaden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
Der Grund?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokkaden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokkaden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden.
Alles ist passiert, nur mit anderen Gründen.
But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Genau, auch Niva ist tot. Nur hat er das gemacht, was er wollte und wurde nicht erstochen diesmal. Weil Dottore auch keinen Grund mehr hatte, ihn zu erstechen, nämlich das Herz rauszuholen und es Scaramouche zu geben. Ja, was ist mit Kazuha? Wo ist er?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Keine weiteren Fragen. Vielen Dank. Ja, es ist einfach eine wirklich riesige Lektion, dass, wenn du etwas veränderst, etwas rausschneidest, die Welt sich nicht verändern, sondern nur einen Weg drumherum findet.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right?
Es ist...
Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon.
Es ist im Prinzip Schicksal, außer dass es halt nur Schicksal des Vergangenen ist.
On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Da die Zukunft live aufgezeichnet wird, steht die natürlich nicht fest. Außer etwas käme von der Zukunft vielleicht in die Vergangenheit, dann würde es sich vielleicht anders verhalten. Weil bereits eine zukünftige Version von Amonzoll existiert, was der Schlagpunkt wäre. Denn das bestimmt das vorher Geschriebene. Diese Art von Zeitreise, die ich für am wahrscheinlichsten halte.
This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Sie ergibt auch mehr Sinn, weil du ja ansonsten... Weil du ja ansonsten halt eines der Paradoxen auslösen wirst. Wenn du eine Zeitreise gemacht hast für irgendwas, warum hast du die Zeitreise gemacht? Oder wenn es irgendwas beeinflusst, das deinen Grund für die Zeitreise beeinflusst, wieso hast du dir dann die Zeitreise gemacht, um es auszulösen? Ja, da bin ich bei dir.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Was ist mit seiner Stimme?
Out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Ich hoffe, ich muss nichts mit Ayato besprechen, weil der ist in der Quest gerade geblockt. Können wir herumlaufen? Normalerweise frage ich nicht. Normalerweise nehme ich dort meine Daily Commissions an. Wobei zugegeben seit circa einem Jahr nicht mehr, seit Sumero rauskam. Aber ich habe noch nie gefragt. Ich bin einfach über die Mauer geflogen.
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks.
Tatsächlich bin ich nicht sehr nahestehend mit dem Commissioner, weil ich seine Story-Quest noch nicht mal beendet habe.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
In Bezug auf Universen habe ich das nie gesehen, aber ja schon irgendwie, ne? Es wäre zumindest eine Erklärung dafür, wie du in Zeitreise gereist sein kannst, ohne... Also mit dem Paradoxen, ne? Dass du dann einfach das Universum erschaffen hast, das Neue. Und dann immer noch ein Grund existiert. Es ist halt zu unzählig. Es ist halt schwer vorzustellen, ne? Und endlich mal das Jetzige. Durch kleinste Handlungen abgespalten. Für Milliarden. Und, nein, unzählige Sachen. Unzählig, ja. Aber das Ding ist... Darum sind wir halt nur wir, weil das alles über unseren Kopf hinausgeht. Kannst du mir etwas erklären? Schon.
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you.
Das ist schön für dich.
What would you like to know?
Wie geht es den beiden?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf.
Genau, damit er sich auf die wichtigeren Sachen konzentrieren kann.
As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know. Busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
Auch da bin ich bei dir, was die Liebe für Zeitreisen angeht. Selbst wenn sie für mich keinen Sinn ergeben, mag ich es... Also, wenn sie keinen Sinn ergeben, ist das meistens so das Ziel, ne? Aber auf dem Weg bist du immer noch am Rätseln, wie sie es machen werden. Natürlich wirst du dann oftmals enttäuscht, ne? Aber es ist immer wieder so wie ein Rätsel. So ein bisschen. Solange sich die Geschichte entfaltet, kann es sehr spannend sein. Und vor allen Dingen hat es das Potenzial, sich in alle möglichen Richtungen zu entwickeln.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Eine weitere Bestätigung, dass sich nichts verändert hat.
Well, got any more questions?
Nee, ja, nein, das war alles. Vielen Dank. Haben wir noch etwas, was dadurch beeinflusst worden sein könnte?
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often.
Nein.
But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that.
Aber auch nur, weil sie so langsam redet.
Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you.
Mhm. Vor allen Dingen, die Zeitreise in Kingdom Hearts arbeitet ja auf einem ähnlichen Prinzip wie hier Irminster, in das da schon Sachen vorgeschrieben sind, wenn eine Zeitreise stattfindet. Wegen dem Buch der Prophezeiung. Auch wenn ich nie ganz der Meinung war, dass die Zeitreise in Kingdom Hearts Sinn ergeben hat. Nie ganz. Ich bin offen für die Idee, aber bis jetzt fehlen mir noch die entscheidenden Details, die alles erklären würden.
I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So, you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
Wobei ich sagen muss, ich bin da ein bisschen raus mittlerweile. Ich habe mich seit Dezember 2020, seit das letzte Kingdom Hearts Video rausgeht, habe ich mich so ein bisschen von der Serie abgewandt. Nicht, dass ich nichts mehr damit zu tun haben will, sondern dass ich es einfach nicht hatte. Und nicht das Interesse hatte, neuen Entwicklungen oder sonstigen Aufmerksamkeit zu schenken. Burnt out, könnte man sagen. Und, ja. Im Zuge der Zeit, weil ich mich eben nicht mehr aktiv damit befasst habe, habe ich auch Sachen vergessen, die ich wusste. Das muss ich leider an dieser Stelle zugeben. Das ist wie bei Dark Souls, wo ich mich letztes Jahr aufgefrischt habe, weil ich auch nahezu gar nichts mehr wusste. Wird wohl bei Kingdom Hearts auch passieren müssen, bevor der 4. Teil rauskommt. Mittlerweile habe ich da Bedarf. Der Chronologist hat sein Werk vergessen. Und ja, dass ich alles hier gibt, schon wieder eine Anfrage. Stört mich auch, aber eine gute Zeitreise-Story zu schreiben ist auch schwer. Das stimmt. Im Prinzip könnte man schon fast sagen, eine gute Zeitreise-Story zu schreiben limitiert einen manchmal sogar zu sehr. Weil die Art und Weise, wie wir Sachen verstehen, lässt eigentlich nur eine Art davon zu. Das ist auch okay. Da hast du alles frisch im Sinn, alles frisch im Kopf. Wobei ich Anfang des Jahres Recoded mal wieder durchgespielt habe. Wie war es eigentlich so nach den Jahren? Ist es immer noch... Wie hält es sich so, wenn man eine Weile detached von der Serie war und quasi einen leicht anderen Blick für die Serie hat? Wenn die rosaroten Brillen, wenn die abgesetzt sind. Das wird ja generell so eine Sache sein, die ich mich frage, wenn ich dann alles nochmal neu spielen werde. Ich hoffe ja echt, dass sich das nicht überschneidet mit Metroid Prime 4. Weil da will ich ja Metroid komplett machen gerne. Ich hoffe... Oh Gott, da gibt es noch das Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake und Metal Gear komplett. Würde ich auch gerne nochmal machen. Ich hoffe einfach, dass Kingdom Hearts 4 sich noch ein bisschen Zeit lässt, bis irgendwie übernächstes Jahr, bis 2024 oder noch später. Wenn Metroid Prime nächstes Jahr rauskommen sollte. Was ich ehrlich gesagt nicht glaube. Das ist ja schon 24. In dem Fall hoffe ich dann für die andere Reihenfolge. Also ich hoffe nur, dass sich das nicht überschneidet. Dann wäre das Jahr schon wieder so busy. Ich habe auch gerne Platz mittlerweile für neue Sachen. Deswegen ist immer noch gut. Nur Gameplay ohne Story. Ja gut. Das Ding ist, Recoded war ja auch Gameplay over Story. Wenn ich daran denke, dann habe ich immer im Kopf, das Gameplay ist um Längen besser gewesen als die Story als solches. They put bugs in Riku. Was wiederum andersrum ist, wenn ich an Days denke. Also für mich persönlich. Da ist das Gameplay naja, aber die Story dafür besser. Eigentlich würde ich gerne das Metroid Prime Remake kaufen, aber Geld ist knapp. Ist bei mir gerade auch so. Außer, dass das Geld nicht unbedingt knapp ist, aber ich es gerade noch nicht investieren will. Ich habe es erst, letzten Monat habe ich es im Laden gesehen. Und statt es mitzunehmen, habe ich mir dann eine Xbox One mitgenommen, spontan. Also ja, das Geld war eindeutig nicht das Problem, aber ich habe es auch erstmal sein gelassen, weil einfach noch Zeit ist. Ich hoffe nur, ich kriege noch eine physische Version davon. Im Moment habe ich das Remake auch noch nicht gespielt. Das behalte ich mir für den Moment vor, wenn Metroid Prime komplett kommt. Was übrigens auch für Metroid Dread gilt. Das habe ich auch bis heute noch nicht gespielt. Und generell, die alten Metroids habe ich ja auch nie gespielt. Also es wird eine ganz neue Erfahrung für mich. Ich hoffe, eine interessante, gute. Ich bin mir auch noch nicht sicher. Mittlerweile gibt es so viele Metroid Remakes, welche Version man davon überhaupt am besten spielen würde. Und dann gibt es ja auch noch Samus Returns, das 3DS-Ding, das ich gespielt habe, aber nicht durchgespielt habe. Was auch bockschwer ist. Beste Story von Kingdom Hearts? Bei mir der 2. Teil. Aber ich glaube, das ist auch die Einsteiger-Bias, weil das mein erster Berührungspunkt mit Kingdom Hearts war. Also, könnte sein. Wobei, interessanterweise habe ich erst letzte Woche noch darüber nachgedacht, dass theoretisch Kingdom Hearts 2 immer noch gameplaymäßig der beste Teil ist auch. So, im Generellen. Das, hatte man ja öfter zu hören bekommen damals, aber ich glaube, das ist auch immer noch so, ne? Der 3. ist auf jeden Fall nicht. Samus Returns ist das einzige Remake. Ja, okay. Metroid AM2R, Metroid 2 Remake ist hier nicht offiziell, aber es gibt noch Metroid Zero Mission. Was zugegeben den ersten Teil erweitert, aber auch ein Remake ist. An das habe ich dann auch noch gedacht. Oh, warte, Zeros. Ah, okay, du hast schon. Verdammt, gleicher Gedanke. Haha. Er kam aber noch. Streamverzögerung sollte erlauben, dass du das wahrscheinlich sogar noch vor meinem Satz gehört hast. Von daher, aber gut. 2 ist jetzt auch nicht gerade so eine Tonne, die ich angepriesen habe. Von daher passt das wahrscheinlich schon. Aber ja, ich würde wohl nur eins von denen spielen. Bei Metal Gear Komplett habe ich mich auch dafür entschieden, Metal Gear Solid 1 zu spielen und dann als extra hinterher Metal Gear Twin Snakes zu machen, was nie passiert ist. Das Problem ist die Emulation gewesen. Also da bräuchte ich jetzt immer noch ein Update. Aber dasselbe Problem hätte auch Samus Returns, die Emulation. Meine Maschine würde das nicht hinkriegen, auf der ich jetzt streame und was anderes habe ich nicht. Dementsprechend, ja, im Moment wäre es wohl nicht das Remake für Metroid 2. Aber bei Metroid 1 wahrscheinlich schon Zero Mission. Es ist, da es ja Game Boy Advance war, glaube ich, ja, ist es ja immer noch sehr nah am Original. Näher auf jeden Fall als Samus Returns. Und dementsprechend könnte man das vielleicht sogar noch halbwegs als Original werten. Klar, technisch ein bisschen aufgewertet, aber vom Grundprinzip, wenn ich es so gesehen habe, sah es regelrecht noch ziemlich ähnlich aus, oder? Ich würde dir empfehlen, Zero Mission statt dem ersten Teil zu spielen. Ich weiß nicht, ob das Quality of Life Improvements hat, aber mich reizt allein schon Zero Mission über dem Original, weil es halt die Story erweitert. Am Ende. Auch wenn der Teil nicht sehr lang ist, um den es erweitert wird, ist es ja quasi dadurch eine komplettere Erzählung für die ganze Chronologie, ne? Wenn das Sinn ergibt. Ich vergesse, was der Zero Mission Teil überhaupt beinhaltet hat. Ich weiß halt nur, dass er namensgebend war, weil Zero Suit Samus darin gesteuert wird. Theoretisch als spielbarer Charakter ja ihr Debüt. Ich glaube sogar das einzige Mal, dass man sie jemals spielen könnte, außerhalb von Smash. So. Aber storymäßig weiß ich nicht mehr, warum sie da nochmal irgendwo unterwegs war. Von daher... Ich wusste es mal. Ich habe es mir auch mal angesehen, aber mittlerweile wird euch das nicht mehr auf den Schirm kriegen. Von daher... Ja. Nein, Zero Mission hatte keine Quality of Life Improvements. Ich nehme mal an, du spielst auf Zero Suit Samus an. Kann das? Mit Justin Bailey? Ich habe den Namen schon mal irgendwo gehört. Ich habe jetzt aber überhaupt nicht mehr auf dem Schirm. What? Ohne Karte. Mhm. Ich verstehe nur die Sache mit Justin Bailey nicht. Ein Eishockeyspieler? Oder gibt es da was ich nicht weiß? Who is Justin Bailey Metroid? Aha. Oh, okay, jetzt habe ich die Antwort. What? Interessant, warum denn ausgerechnet das als Passwort? Wer bei Nintendo hat das einprogrammiert? Offensichtlich ein Fan. Aber wait, wie alt ist der denn? Der ist 95 geboren. Das kann doch gar nicht sein. Das ist ein Zufall. Moment, der Typ wurde nach Metroid geboren. Okay. Das heißt, das Passwort hat überhaupt nichts mit dem zu tun. Ein Glück. Frag mich was Leichteres. Okay. Vielleicht hieß der Entwickler auch Justin Bailey, der das eingearbeitet hat. Wer weiß. Offensichtlich nicht der Eishockeyspieler. Der ist ja jünger als ich. Okay. Das hat mich verwirrt. Okay. Wer weiß, vielleicht haben seine Eltern Metroid gespielt und ihn deswegen so genannt. Und du auch, oh je. Feeling old yet? Auf jeden Fall ist er jünger als Metroid, so. Als Metroid 1. Und das Passwort war ja scheinbar nicht im Remake, sondern im Metroid 1. So. No! Nun ja. Oh je. Gibt's den älteren Justin Bailey? Nee, ich finde jetzt nichts. How much does Justin Bailey make? Okay. What is the password for Justin Bailey Metroid? Es gibt mehrere Variationen von dem Passwort. Und ab da kommen wir in ganz andere Fragen. Viel mehr werde ich wohl nicht herausfinden. Oh Mann. Okay, ich glaube, wir machen weiter. Du schmeichelst mir. Jetzt schelte ich diese Oma dafür, dass sie so langsam redet und jetzt halte ich das Ganze hier mit noch viel längeren Tiraden auf.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
Tatarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
Wir brauchen kein Tier aufzusetzen.
All right then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Ganz ehrlich,
Are you two leaving already?
Die klingt so, als würde sie konstant auf einer Waschmaschine sitzen.
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Ich hab ja mal gehört, dass das wirklich so ein Hobby von... Naja. Ich glaube, darauf gehe ich nicht weiter ein. Letztlich habe ich es nur gehört und weiß nicht, ob das stimmt. Ich habe Xavier getötet.
Here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Naja, es gab ja auf Tatarasuna die ganze Quest mit dem Ofen, die World Quest, die ich über mehrere Tage machen musste, weswegen ich hier nicht richtig erkunden konnte. Sehr nervig übrigens. Danke, dass es in Sumeru nicht so ist übrigens. Bei der Xavier halt Bestandteil der Quest war.
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler in Paimon?
Aber ich erinnere mich nicht an eine Stimme. Ich glaube, er hat doch nie gesprochen. Meine Güte, wieso höre ich denn diese gnadenvolle Stimme erst jetzt?
Xavier? What are you doing here?
Natürlich Franzose, er ist Xavier.
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
Tja.
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Weißt du viel über Tatarasuna? Haben wir ihn das nie gefragt?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
Man bedenke noch, wie viel Schaden man in diesem dämlichen Ofen bekommen hatte, bevor man den deaktiviert hat. Und wie das dann für Niva bzw. Scaramouche gewesen sein muss. Also die Geschichte des Ortes.
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation, goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
vielleicht nicht ganz so lange her.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Lass mich raten, er hieß MC Escher.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
Ich bin dabei.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Ja, ganz genau.
Sure, go ahead.
Also, Kabukimono. Sagt dir das was?
A kabukimono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually.
Ja, das hat Akaba auch gesagt.
But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabukimono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
Nee, es war nicht Akaba, es war der andere, der es erklärt hat. Ja, er hat sich selbst gelöscht, ne? Nichts anderes. Das ist okay.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Als nächstes müssen wir Tartaglia finden und ja, wir müssen Tartaglia finden und herausfinden, ob es jemals eine Nummer 6 in den Fatui gegeben hat.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Wenn er sich gelöscht hat, könnte es sein, dass der Sitz für immer leer war.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Gehen wir zurück zur niederen Herrin Kusanali. Ich würde jetzt eigentlich zu Yaimiku gehen und fragen, mit wem sie damals die Gnosis eigentlich getauscht hat für unsere Freiheit. Das wäre eine Info. Das war so direkt Scaramouche, da kann man sich kaum denken, dass irgendwas anderes als Antwort rausgekommen wäre. Wenn man sie das fragt. Aber ich nehme mal an, genau dasselbe wussten die Genshin-Entwickler auch, deswegen lassen sie uns diese Person noch nicht befragen.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Wie hast du mich genannt?
Come on, you gotta keep it together. Why don't you grab something to eat? You can't go facing life's challenges on an empty stomach. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Du kannst mir ja währenddessen mal all die Gerichte aufzählen, die du in deinem Leben gegessen hast.
Time to go.
Wir sind dabei.
Hey, it's them.
Akaba und der andere. Entschuldigung. Aus
Akaba, Sawada.
Sawada.
You're still here?
Aus undefinierbaren Gründen kann ich mir nur den Namen des einen merken. Was wirklich für mich selbst undefinierbar ist, weil ich für beide Namen eine andere Referenz habe. Reiji und Takeshi. Die Schreiberei, wie läuft's?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
Eigentlich habe ich geschworen, nie wieder mit euch zu reden, aber diverse Umstände haben mich dazu gebracht, es vielleicht doch in Erwägung zu ziehen. Wurde alles gestrichen, was er gemacht hat, oder einfach vergessen, dass er etwas gemacht hat? Also, was er gemacht hat, hat existiert, nur gibt es andere Gründe für das, was passiert ist. Wenn wir jetzt zu Yaimiku gehen, die ihre Gnosis, also die Gnosis von Raiden, an Scaramouche für unsere Freiheit gegeben hat, würde sie jetzt wahrscheinlich antworten, dass Lansignora involviert war. Irgendwas anderes. Einfach nicht Scaramouche, weil der nie existiert hat. Also vergessen, umgeschrieben. Das ist es. aber umgeschrieben auf einen universellen Level, das niemand außer den fünf Descendern, Aloy ja auch, auch wenn man nicht weiß, ob sie Canon ist, außer denen sind alle davon betroffen.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
Und scheinbar auch der Bruder? Wenn er in Irminsul erfasst ist, müsste er auch betroffen sein, oder nicht?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Okay.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
Okay, wir gehen wieder. Die Geschichte vom letzten Mal ist ziemlich beeindruckend.
Huh? Oh, of course.
Oh, Trapper! Oh. Heißt das, du hast jetzt Probleme mit Speicherdateien und dem Spiel oder funktioniert noch alles? Immer noch kein 8. Hauptteil, das habe ich immer noch zu beanstanden. Ich weiß nicht, ob die Pflanzen noch zucken. Das ist neu. Du hast früher nie gelb geschrieben. Und der Mechaniker? Ja. Aber du bist immer noch nicht fertig.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
In diesem Fall, die ganze Irminsul-Geschichte, das ist nur die Sumiro-Geschichte. Das wird vorher gar nicht aufgefasst. Außer natürlich die ganzen Sachen, die Scaramouche gemacht hat. In dem Fall wäre Inazuma noch eingeschlossen. Ja, das sind eigentlich die einzigen beiden zu dem Thema. Jetzt habe ich eine neue Modliste. Und naja, was soll ich sagen? Es sind 2075. Du warst doch vorher bei um die 800 erst, oder? 500 Gigabyte hat. Aber einwandfrei läuft, ey! Du hast einfach sämtliche Starfield-Mods in Skyrim eingearbeitet und spielst jetzt schon das originale Starfield. Bei so vielen Mods hat man fast das Gefühl, dass es wirklich ein anderes Spiel geworden ist, ja? Okay. Ja. Except 2 habe ich ja richtig bemängelt vorhin. Oh, er hat Except 2 verändert. Immer noch schlecht. Schande über dich. Ja, Savada, von dir bin ich nicht beeindruckt. Der Inhalt hat sich geändert. Das kommt durch die Änderung der Informationen in Irminsul. Scaramouche sagte, er wolle diesen Namen löschen.
Well, what do you think?
Ich hasse euch!
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Das Ding ist, jetzt können wir es, dass Scaramouche kein Thema ist, was wir vermeiden müssen. Also ist alles okay, was wir darüber erzählen können und nicht mal mehr Fake News. Ich wollte gerade sagen, sind das viele Mods, bis ich an Sims 3 zurückgedacht habe. Vergiss nicht, Sims 3 hat noch die ganzen Add-ons. Haut so viele Add-ons raus, dass es schon selbst fast 2000 sind. Nur 500 GB habe ich damit nicht voll bekommen. Oh je. Achso, du hast das selbst gemoddet. Drachen beschwören. Kannst du auch auf den reiten? Da gab es ja auch einige Mods. Du hast selbst welche geschrieben. Dark Souls Bosskämpfe klingt interessant. Haha. Natürlich werden sie ein bisschen anders sein, durch hauptsächlich in Ego-Perspektive sein und so. Und das, gab es überhaupt eine Dodge-Rolle in Skyrim? Vielleicht hast du eine reingemoddet. Vielleicht spielst du einfach literally nur noch Dark Souls.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
War nicht besonders schwer?
Wow. So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Ich glaube, ich weiß auch wieso, weil das hauptsächlich das Einfügen von Sachen ist. Das ist wie, sag schon, wie die Leute, die halt sowas wie Waffen- und Rüstungsmods machen und dann lediglich irgendwie eine Quest zum Kriegen in Skyrim oder Oblivion einprogrammieren würden. Das wäre jetzt jedenfalls meine einzige Kontaktquelle mit Mods. Ich denke mal, das ist eher so, ne? Und ansonsten bist du halt hauptsächlich am Modeln, wenn es Sachen sind. Oder hast du wirklich das Spiel tiefgreifender verändert? Also Third Person weiß ich bei Skyrim, aber ich bin der Meinung, die Steuerung war so, du kannst maximal zur Seite springen, wie Sprünge halt so aussehen in dem Spiel. Und nicht, dass du so eine Dodge-Rolle und dergleichen hattest. Aber scheinbar gibt's die. Gab's die immer? Habe ich sie vielleicht nie gefunden? Heck, das ist möglich, dass ich vielleicht die Steuerung des Spiels nie richtig kapiert habe.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true.
Der die Werte für Sättigung erhöht hat? Für das ganze Spiel? Interessant.
Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Ach so, der Sinn war gesättigt. Oh, ich denke natürlich an Farbsättigung. Oh Gott. Natürlich. Ich denke sofort daran, dass du so technisch dann die Optionen mit dem Fernseher verstellen konntest, was natürlich der logischste Sinn ist. Jeder würde das so programmieren und nicht einfach eine Option hinzufügen. Jeder würde so kompliziert denken wie ich. Das Sinn war halt danach gesättigt. Entschuldigung. In meinem Kopf hat es Sinn ergeben. Wenn ich in Minecraft jemals eine Option hinzufügen will, werde ich sie nicht reinmodden. Nein, ich erstelle 3 Items, die das dann für dich machen, wenn du sie anklickst. Das ist der einfachste Weg. Oh je. Oh, wieso denke ich denn so? Ja, lass mich niemals was programmieren. Ich würde alles nur unnötig verschachteln. Nun, eigentlich gar nicht mal so ungewöhnlich für mich. Wenn ich meine Ordnerkonfigurationen auf meinem Desktop ansehe. Die Ordner und... Ja, ich war schon immer der Typ, der alles unnötig verschachtelt hat. Eigentlich passt das zu mir. Holy. Ja. Ein sättigender Fernseher ist toll. Gleich 2 Bedürfnisse gleichzeitig. Das ist schön. Ein Lifehack regelrecht. Die Rolle ist von der Mod. Aber es gab eine mit Sneak Skill Tree. Aber die ist anders als die ich habe. Aber sneaken konntest du. Das weiß ich. Du musstest es nicht, weil es meistens gereicht hat, einen Eimer über den Kopf zu ziehen. Nee, das ist nur beim Shophändler. In einem Dungeon ging das natürlich nicht, da gab es ja auch Sneaken. Eine Toilette, die ich gebaut habe, hat allerdings dafür gesorgt, dass der Sim noch mehr aufs Klo musste. Werte setzen kann ich. Aber wieso das denn? Wieso will man das? Hast du etwa versucht, Leute auf dem Klo verhungern zu lassen? Ohne dass du sie die ganze Zeit dahin schicken musstest? Einfach nur Folterinstrumente? Das wäre auch eine interessante Idee.
Yes, yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
Und ich bin froh, dass sie uns ein Out geben.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
Oh, das war keine Absicht. Ich wollte eine normale Toilette bauen. Ups. Aber meine Idee hat was, oder? Einfach Folterinstrumente für Sims bauen, damit sie einfach leichter sterben. Einfach nur, indem du die Werte manipulierst. Und schon mal die viel Spaß mit Skyrim wünsche ich dir auch. Ne? Vor allen Dingen, dass jetzt alles klappt. Warte mal, was hat das nochmal verursacht mit dem? Weil sich manche Mods aktualisiert hatten. Das kann natürlich leider immer wieder passieren. Ich hoffe mal, dass es in nächster Zeit nicht passiert. Ansonsten kapsel dein PC vom Internet ab, während du spielst. Ich weiß, das wird man nicht. Aber man kann auch theoretisch auch alte Mods... Ja, ich nehme mal an, manche Mods aktualisieren sich wahrscheinlich automatisch, ne? Ganz verhindern kann man das wohl nie.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Schade, dass wir keinen Soundtrack hatten während des Space. Was es verursacht? Es gab manche Abschnitte im Spiel, die ich nicht betreten konnte und das Spiel sich direkt geschlossen hat. Also schon Game-Breaking, bis man es fixt, ja. Nicht mal die lustige Art von Fehlern, die das hervorrufen kann. Die Liste war zu alt gegenüber den Mods, die da drin waren. Okay, ich verstehe die Diskrepanz, die entstehen kann. Es war also quasi vorprogrammiert. Es konnte nicht anders laufen, da die Liste selbst der Fehler war. Jetzt verstehe ich. In dem Fall gut, weil dann passiert es nicht nochmal. Das ist die bessere Version von den beiden.
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
Ja, sicherlich. Ich glaube, im Moment weißt du noch nicht, welche Mods das alles noch betreffen wird, weil es auch so viele sind und du stolperst dann immer so nach und nach darüber. Oder. Updates jetzt? Ich bin noch nicht ganz sicher. Das. Vielleicht auch nur das. Die Mods updaten. Okay, ich verstehe. Ich hab's mir zusammengereimt. So, wenn wir jetzt Nahida über Scaramouche anreden, wird sie auch nicht wissen, wer das ist.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Das stimmt, aber...
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Wir wussten, dass sie betroffen ist durch die Rukkhadevata-Sache. Nein, ist sie nicht. Es gibt noch 4 andere Personen, wenn der Bruder mit einbegriffen ist. In die Leute, die sich nicht erinnern können. Sonst sind es 5.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
Ja, es sind Dinge geschehen. Hier sagen wir jetzt die Wahrheit. gab einst eine Person mit dem Namen Scaramouche, die von der Göttin der Blitze erschaffen und als Puppe in die Welt gesetzt wurde. Er hatte viel in Tatarasuna durchmachen müssen. Als er glaubte, dass er zum 3. Mal von allen verraten worden war, verließ Scaramouche Inazuma und begann umherzuwandern. Er vertraute den Menschen nicht und hasste die Götter. Er trug seinen Hass über 100 Jahre mit sich herum. Nachdem er seinen Körper gestählt hatte, kehrte er nach Inazuma zurück, um sich zu rächen. Mit dem göttlichen Herzen versuchte er, den Thron der Gottheit zu besteigen, scheiterte aber im letzten Moment durch uns. Später drang er in Irminsul ein, wo er die Wahrheit über den Verrat an ihm erfuhr. Der Betrug machte sein ganzes Wesen aus und am Ende unternahm er die wahnsinnigste Tat, um diese Tragödie auszulöschen. Und sich selbst.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because he literally changed the world?
Also in dieser Version hat Doktore lediglich die Maschine erfunden und die ist von allein zu einer Gottheit geworden. Oder nahezu zu einer Gottheit geworden, ohne dass Scaramouche jemals existiert hat. Man muss sagen, die ganze Sumeru-Story kann ohne Scaramouche immer noch komplett gleich funktionieren.
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Mhm, aber es gibt noch mehrere.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
Bis jetzt vermutet man ja, dass einer von den Fatui ebenfalls einer von den Descenders ist. Und wenn das wirklich der Fall ist, dann muss sich diese Person jetzt extrem wundern, warum es nie eine Nummer 6 gegeben haben soll plötzlich. Außer sie hat natürlich nie das Thema angesprochen. Dann würde sie es wahrscheinlich nicht mal bemerkt haben, dass alle es vergessen haben. Wir waren schon immer Feinde. Ja, ein klein wenig freundlich war ganz am Anfang des Meteor-Events, aber ansonsten, manche Spieler haben das nicht mal erlebt, von daher kann man das so stehen lassen. Die denken sich jetzt, was denkst du denn so lange nach? Rede noch mit uns, hat sie die Frage gestellt. Ist die eingeschlafen? Wir müssen jetzt echt...
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
Wir müssen unsere Worte wirklich bedacht wählen, ohne dabei zu verraten, dass bei Nahida schon jemand ausgelöscht wurde aus der Geschichte. Am Ende war es nutzloser. Wenn er die Vergangenheit verändern wollte, dann konnte er das nie. Aber das hat er auch nie erfahren.
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that, and if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. This story makes sense, every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Jupp, nichts hat sich verändert. Dagegen verraten zu werden oder ist die Existenz... Ja... Es war wohl seine eigene Existenz.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Okay. Das Überraschende ist, dass dieser Antrag wie ein Märchen wird.
A fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the balladeer?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
Weiß ich nicht, ob das Sinn ergibt. Ja, wenn es nur Referenzpunkte sind, die etwas referenzieren sollen. Aber wenn sie es aus diesem Grund geschrieben hat, um die Referenzen zu referenzieren, müssten sie doch anders umgeschrieben werden, um andere Sachen zu referenzieren. Was bedeutet, die müssten immer noch verändert worden sein. Bin ich der Meinung.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, They spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
Schön und gut. Aber wenn Scaramouche nicht mehr existiert hat? Na gut, dass sie das gemacht hat, existiert ja nur der Grund. Sie hat ein Märchen geschrieben. Nicht, sie hat seine Geschichte verfasst und aufgezeichnet. Okay. Das Ding da drin ist so, wie es ist, nicht unbedingt umzuschreiben. Da es existiert, wie es existiert, kann nur der Grund darum rum, dass es geschrieben wurde, umgeschrieben werden. Also existiert es weiterhin. Ich glaube, damit kann ich mich anfreunden.
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, But in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
Außer wenn einer von ihnen ein Descender war. Dann gibt es eine einzige Person. Aber das weiß man ja noch nicht. Das ist das erste Mal, dass ich das Gefühl habe, dass das Leben weniger wiegt als eine Feder.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack for one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits.
Wenn du sagst.
Must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Da ist aber noch etwas. Das ist bei weitem nicht das Einzige. Was heißt bei weitem? Es gibt noch eine andere Sache. Hier. Das war noch nicht ganz richtig. Okay, wir haben's.
We're here! What should we eat first?
Dass etwas nicht stimmt, als hätte ich noch etwas Wichtiges vergessen.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Ich denke über etwas nach.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Wichtige Hinweise, die verschwunden sind. Über Amazon die Selbstausleuchtung. Okay.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Die Vase? Nee. Das ist ja nur ein Fallbeispiel. Wortwörtlich. Dass sie die höhere Herrin... Warte mal, das wollte ich lesen. Verdammt. Ich kann es noch lesen. Dass sie die höhere Herrin... seine eigene Existenz auslöschen könne. Stimmt, für sie musste es Nahida tun.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
kann sich nicht allein ausgelöscht haben. Nach der Logik nicht. Also hat er jemanden erschaffen, der es für ihn tat?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Badam.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
Ja, das ist er.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Ich habe bestimmt 100 in meinem Inventar.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Folgen.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
Daran bin ich nicht gut. Der Traveler folgt dem Wanderer. Na sowas. Aber irgendwie habe ich das Gefühl, er ist schon weit weg. Was soll das denn?
Time to go.
Das war jetzt nicht gerade die Abkürzung, nach der ich suchte. Aber ist dort nicht? Ja, da ist doch eigentlich direkt dort.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Oh, all right.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
Zu viel Blut dran? Was ich mich frage ist, wieso da der Typ, der die Sunsettias kauft, sie nicht einfach selbst pflücken könnte, wenn sie doch nur so direkt am Rand der Stadt sind.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
Ja, okay.
Have we met before?
Wenn du wüsstest.
No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Mhm.
I have no recollection.
Also, ja, ich weiß nicht, wie ich das erklären soll.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
Ich kann es beweisen. Du bist eine Puppe.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
Er hat nicht sich selbst ausgelöscht, sondern nur Scaramouche. und Kabukimono. Nur die Aliases. Raiden hat immer noch eine Puppe als Test geschaffen, die nicht würdig war.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
Okay, folge mir.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Ich bringe Ihnen Tausende, ich habe genug im Inventar.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
Ich schätze mal, das ist vorbei.
Oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Mhm.
Then let's return to the city.
Okay. 256 habe ich nur. Ich habe vielleicht ein paar verbraucht. Aber es ist immer noch mehr als der Korb, den er will.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining.
Das liegt wahrscheinlich an dem Hut, der ist doch ein Regenschirm.
Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why's this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why's he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Es kann sein, dass er eine lebensverändernde Erfahrung durchmacht da oben. Ich nehme mir trotzdem ein bisschen was von dem. Oh, eine Dämmerfrucht. Wo kommt die denn her? Ich bezahle es aber nicht.
Time to go.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
Das ist keine gute Beschreibung für sie, aber wir erzählen sie ja. Okay.
You say that you are trekking across to Vat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called a previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation? Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
Milde gesagt.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
Wir waren immer Gegner, außer wenn man Kometen gejagt hat. Dann waren wir vielleicht für ein paar Minuten Freunde.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street!
Also, um ehrlich zu sein, haben wir ihn so auch als Gegner kennengelernt.
He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Oh.
As the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Generell ist meine Obergrenze 0 Uhr. Wenn diese Story-Quest hier ein paar Minuten länger lauert, dann bis diese Story-Quest vorbei ist, weil wir im letzten Akt sind. Ja, aber nicht viel länger, weil ich um 5 Uhr morgens auch schon wieder aufstehen muss.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Deswegen, hoffe ich, aber habe auch das Gefühl, dass wir gleich am Ende sind.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet. with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Ja, also komme ich doch mit.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
Eine lange Woche, oh je. Aber nicht, dass es zu viel wird, ne? Hoffentlich wird die nächste Woche besser. Oder kürzer, dann.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
Ja, ansonsten gibt's ja kein Gameplay in der Quest.
It's time to get ready.
Also dann. Wir kriegen einen bestimmten Wanderer zum Probieren, also lasse ich das Team einfach mal, wie es ist.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
Tja. Let's go.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners?
Katsuragi, den Namen haben wir ja gehört.
There's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second-in-command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Wo will ich lang? Oh. Einfach nach unten. Truhe.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Mono.
It's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Dodge! Wird hier einfach zerschlagen. Ich habe keinen Heiler dabei. Na gut, Shinkshu. Na gut.
What are we doing back here?
Huch. Aber es ist kaputt.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
Dieses dämliche Pokémon.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
Gestorben.
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family!
You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Diesmal öffnet sich die Tür. Ah! Ah! Ist ja gut. Ich gehe ja schon weiter.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that can be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Oh je, ich kann's verstehen. Du hast ja einen anderen Bezug dazu gewonnen. Ich hoffe, es ist nicht zu schlimm.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the delusion factory in Inazuma.
Genau dort, wo die Gnosis an ihn gegeben wurde.
In the original version of events, the traveler once encountered the balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
Oh, da ist die Fandango-Musik wieder. Das Ganze ist hier eigentlich bloß... Wie war das? Ein Queen-Song? Der hier referenziert wird? Also Scaramouche im Generellen? Wobei, ich glaube, das existierte auch außerhalb des Songs. Die Quelle für den Song.
Look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Genau, Bohemian Rhapsody. Das ist es. Ich war mal mehr drin vor einem Jahr in dem Thema.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have.
Ich weiß es auch nicht mehr.
Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
Das ist ein Foreshadowing.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now.
Zu der Zeit war sie auch schon am Leben. Viele von den Fatuis sind recht alt.
Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Keiner von beiden würde da sein.
She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is?
Naja, die Feuerhexe. Die spielt nun mal mit Feuer.
Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Ich glaube aber schon, dass er stärker ist als sie. Nummer 6 bedeutet Stärke, nicht Widerstandsfähigkeit.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Großmaul. Ja, das ist die... Oh, den Namen hatte ich mal. Das ist die... Opera... All die Fatui basieren darauf. Deswegen, haben sie auch die Namen, die sie haben. Piero, Tartaglia, La Signora, Il Dottore, Scaramouche, wie hieß sie nochmal? alle Chino, die in Fontaine kommt, darauf basieren die tatsächlich alle. Also im Generellen. Den Teil weiß ich noch. Ich weiß halt nur nicht, der Song von Queen, ne? Da bin ich raus. War es Queen? Ich bin mir nicht mehr sicher, ob das Queen war. Bohemian Rhapsody auf jeden Fall. Das, worauf das basierte. La Opera. Oh, ich vergesse es. Aber ja.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they'd think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
Aber sein Beinamen Großmaul wird er auf jeden Fall gerecht.
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
Mhm. Der hat alles verursacht. Dein Niedergang und deinen anderen Niedergang damals in der Vergangenheit.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
The what now?
Let's move on.
Solche Referenzen sind toll.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Das bedeutet, verschmelzen mit den Erinnerungen, wieder der werden.
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next.
Oh Gott.
But then I met you.
And I
finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Dann ist die Frage, was hat das Ganze dann noch bewirkt, wenn nicht mehr er selbst sich ändern konnte? Aber vielleicht ändert er sich ja doch. Er war auf jeden Fall niemals ein Fatui dadurch. Und hat nicht selbst die Taten getan, die er getan hat. Jedenfalls laut der Geschichte.
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Okay, er ist wieder der Alte.
This is trying my patience.
Das ist nur die erste Phase.
Have you got any more stupid questions?
Oh Gott. Ich werde es nicht überleben. Ich kämpfe doch gegen mich selbst.
Too slow. The wind rises. Feeble human.
Aber er funktioniert nicht auf die gleiche Weise.
Quit following me.
Ich muss dir folgen.
Squall Fury. At my command, you shall fall.
Ouch.
Nothing worth mentioning.
Ich werde geheilt.
Insignificant past.
Okay, da bleiben wir mal weg.
Cry loud. That's far enough. Squall Fury.
Die Attacke hat mich da rein befördert. Ich glaube, das ist nicht mein Scaramouche. Ich bin der Meinung, meiner macht mehr Schaden.
Squall Fury.
Spielt sich schon ein bisschen sehr einseitig, wenn man nur Scaramouche hat, der halt hauptsächlich seine Charge Attacks macht.
Churn! Unsightly insects. Storm Fury. At my command, you shall fall. Follow me.
Autsch. Dagegen kann ich halt nicht viel tun, ne?
Wind rises.
Wenn ich vorher schon geflogen bin. Ja, plötzlich ist er Bedo. Ah, Couleur.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
Wir?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Tja. Gut. Wird ich die Vergangenheit einholen? Ich glaube, die hat er gerade getötet.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Aber ich krieg doch noch meine Schatztruhe, oder? Oder? Wir können doch keine Sphäre ohne Schatztruhe haben. Ah, sie ist hinter der Tür. Ich kann nicht durch die Tür. Das ist Betrug. Nahida, du wirst von meinem Anwalt hören. Ich gehe nach Fontaine. Ich habe gehört, das ist die Nation, wo das...
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
Wo der Gerichtshof ist. Ich gehe dahin in einen Monat und dann hörst du von meinem Anwalt, so.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
Also nicht Mescaramouche?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
Ja, taking him back, aus deren Sicht bist du nie dort gewesen.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Mhm. Heimliche Flucht, ohne jemals da gewesen zu sein.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you were looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Immerhin ist sie ehrlich und gibt es zu.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it. Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Ich auch.
I will try.
Traveler. After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Ja, wir mussten halt wirklich checken, was sich verändert hatte. Wir mussten feststellen, dass alles noch passiert ist.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
Alles? Nee, ganz ehrlich. Passt schon.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Sorry.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Auf eine Sache warte ich ja noch. Die eine Sache, die ich über diese Quest weiß.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Okay. Das ist die Sache, die ich wusste.
Have you got anything?
Huch, was? Die Erklärung war das. Die Anzahl der Möglichkeiten zur Namensänderung ist begrenzt. Ist das wirklich so? Mit einem Umschreibungspinsel. Okay. Die Nutzungsbedingungen. Ich will meine Spieldienste behalten, danke. Also ich glaube, Fuckface ist aus dem Fenster. Ups. Ja, was für einen anderen Namen habe ich mir denn ausgedacht? Da muss ich mal kurz in meine Namenskiste greifen. Oh Gott. Nein, das geht nicht. Moment. Nein. Oh Gott, das wird Twitter entfachen. Nein. Rednaf geht, aber das ist nur Wanderer rückwärts, das ist witzlos. Traveler? Meiner heißt Hinotori. Huch, wieso das denn? Also, das klingt so. Wie kommst du auf den Namen? Japanisch für Phönix. Natürlich. Kennt Takashi Kiara, aber kann das nicht connecten. Natürlich. Was sehr gut ist und sehr passend in diesem Zusammenhang der Quest. Aus der Asche auferstanden ist er ja. Wortwörtlich. Aber derart kreativ bin ich nicht. Ich bin doch gerade in meinem Kreativ, also ganz weit unten. Also bin ich bei... Ich überlege schon seit Monaten. Ich habe das im Dezember herausgefunden. Also ich überlege nicht die ganze Zeit, aber ich bin mir nie sicher gewesen, wie ich ihn nennen will. Wirklich nie. Ich habe natürlich eine Palette an Namen. Und eigentlich müsste ich der Palette treu bleiben, da mein Traveler Himurumane halt auch zu dieser Namenspalette gehört. Und dementsprechend bin ich einfach auf Koritas. Schön, dass da meine ganzen Final Fantasy Suchergebnisse noch gespeichert sind. Wonach ich in letzter Zeit mit K gesucht hatte. Ja. Es war Koritas oder Kaganom, eins von beiden. Man kann es ja nochmal umändern. Mit diesem Pinsel. Wenn man es will. Ich weiß nur nicht, was begrenzt bedeuten soll. Kriegt man da einmal pro Monat so einen Pinsel? Ich weiß es ja auch nicht. Oder geht es nur noch ein einziges Mal? Nebenbei, ja. Wir könnten natürlich auch Meme-Onkel oder sowas nehmen, ne? Regenschirm. So, da bin ich. Okay. Koritas.
Are you sure?
Boah, ich bin mir nicht sicher. Aber ja.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Den will er also doch noch. Schön, dass es jetzt in den Textboxen steht. Ist ja beim Traveler genauso. Und Traveler und Wanderer passt ja, dass beide dann so einen alternativen Namen haben. Natürlich wird der Name nicht ausgesprochen. Er wird wohl immer noch Wanderer oder Scaramouche genannt werden von den Charakteren. Oder der Spitzname von Paimon kommt einfach immer zum Einsatz.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me.
Take your time.
Großmaul.
I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
Funny, dass ich das erwähne. Das war actually die Inspiration, weil... Oh, interessant. Ja, Mensch. Ja, Mensch. Great minds think alike und so, ne? Aber, wie gesagt, es passt in dem Kontext der Story und des Charakters sehr gut. Es ist literally, was mit ihm passiert ist. Phönix, der aus der eigenen Asche aufersteht und sich neu erfindet. Also, was hast du vor?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
Okay. Gut. Und was machst du dieses Wochenende? Wen ermordest du dieses Wochenende? Man könnte sagen, das Lied war Schicksal Trapper.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
Ja, dann hole ich mal Kazuha raus. Sag's ihm doch selbst.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Okay.
No nonsense. I like it. All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
Eigentlich läuft er noch, aber ja.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
Nicht mehr ganz so groß, Maul. Jetzt ist es vorbei.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Wie wär's mit dem Raum, in dem wir waren, mit der zerbrochenen Vase?
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue.
Sonnenuntergänge in Genshin sind so schön. Warum klickt das nicht weiter? Ich
The
mach's jetzt.
dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Ich spreche nie wieder mit euch. Zu unserem Ruheplatz, hä? Ja, Mensch. Die Vase kommt nochmal zurück, ah? Das ist schon das zweite Mal, dass ich heute Kazuha mit dem Wanderer verwechsel und nach dem Hochfliegen sofort sprinten will. Aber nichts dabei passiert, weil er ja nicht der Wanderer ist. Da war noch Markierung.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
Ruh dich aus.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at that vase.
Mhm.
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
Die Konsequenzen sind immer noch präsent.
You sound lost and confused.
Ha? Wer ist da?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff? Anyway, that face is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
Was? Nein, das machen wir selbst.
Leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Aber wir haben es jetzt über einen Tag liegen lassen mindestens. Oder mehrere Tage. Was war das? Gehört habe ich die Stimme schon mal irgendwo. Da bin ich mir sehr sicher. Ich habe einen Umschreibungspinsel.
Into the wind.
Ich kann sie nicht wegfegen. Ich kann sie nicht wegfegen. Aber Daily Quest haben mir beigebracht, dass man so Dreck beseitigt. Oh verdammt, ich kann es wohl doch nicht selbst. Tja. Da ist noch irgendwas anderes. Und das kann alles Mögliche sein. Aber wir machen Schluss. Ich bin jetzt glatt eine halbe Stunde über dem, was ich eigentlich wollte. Wir haben die Story Quest fertig. Da freue ich mich. Das bedeutet, ich bin on track mit dem, was ich für heute vorgehabt hatte. Wenigstens. Aber ja. Wir sehen uns, ich weiß gar nicht wann wieder. Mein freier Tag ist Samstag, also es könnte bis dahin dauern. Das ist leider möglich. Ansonsten schauen wir mal, ob wir uns vorher sehen, aber es wird wahrscheinlich Samstag sein. Also, diese Woche hat es auch nicht früher geklappt. Wir werden sehen. Ich danke auf jeden Fall fürs Zusehen und wünsche soweit eine gute Nacht und einen schönen Start in die neue Woche. Höchstwahrscheinlich streame ich beim nächsten Mal Genshin, weil es ist ja gar nicht mehr so lange hin, bis Fontaine rauskommt und bis dahin will ich die Main Story Quest abgearbeitet haben. Der Rest ist optional, den Rest kann man dann nebenbei regeln. Das werden wir sehen. Wie viel wir vorher schaffen, an optionalen Stuff reinzuquetschen oder wie viel wir müssen, wenn sich Quests wieder gegenseitig blockieren. Aber ich glaube, das haben wir mit heute hauptsächlich abgearbeitet, denn so viele Quests, ich nehme schon seit Monaten keine mehr an und lasse die in den Legendenaufträgen versauern erstmal. Also, dass sie nicht aktiviert sind, einfach damit sie uns nicht in den Main Story Quests oder sonstigen Quests dazwischen funken. Dementsprechend Legendenschlüsselmanagement wird spannend, sobald wir die alle machen. Das werde ich dann halt so aufteilen mit der Erkundung. Aber erst nach Fontaine. Im Moment haben wir nur die beiden. Also so viel kann uns da gar nicht mehr dazwischen funken. Und beide sind auch schon angefangen und würden nicht mehr so lange dauern.
Oh my gosh. Wow. All
So.
will be revealed in the next volume? Drat.
Auf der Stream zumindest. Wir zoomen hier nochmal ran. So rum. Das war die falsche Taste. Es ist fast umgekehrt wie zu Final Fantasy. So. Und wir machen Schluss. Bis zum nächsten Mal dann. Gute Nacht und tschüss.